Hey y'all, it's been a little bit, hasn't it? Patrick, Anna, Vicky, Stephanie, Joyful, Cindy. It's good to see y'all. How are y'all doing? Christina, it's good to see you, hon. Did you just go broke again? Maybe that was last night. Kind of miss those. It has been a roller coaster here. Hey Nancy, good to see you. Hope you're doing better. Just woo. Christina, do I have you modded? Let me look and see. Oh, and how do I know that's the real you? I don't know. Ain't that funny? Okay, where am I at? Okay. Well, I know you wouldn't say nothing nasty in my chat. Okay. Did she say? Did she say cremation? No. There you go. Now you don't have to worry. It's working now, Anna. Uh, Crazy. Um, just before I went on, my internet went off, and I saw that Bushcraft was having some trouble. Thank you, Christina. And I was like, oh no, I already have it set and it's time. So I restarted the router and I guess it's working now. Y'all seem to be hearing me. Well, before I couldn't even get into StreamYard, so I know it's working. But if I disappear, you'll know why. So I've been talking to a lot of y'all at other chats, and I know y'all see everything that's going on, but I just keep thinking about the animals going in circles and what else was it? Oh, the river of fish just popping out of the desert out of nowhere. Hey, Carl, you can't hear me, Carl? D-Dog in your drive-bys. Thank you for driving by. I don't know, all the things that are happening, everything that is snowballing, everything that's coming out. all the evil that's being exposed, all the craziness that's going on, people with short tempers and just things that are going on. It's just like these are all signs of something. You can't hear me. Okay, Cindy says it's good. Oh, it might be your crappernet. I don't know. Oh, you're messing with me. You're a brat. Anyway, I just think that these signs could possibly mean something, and I think we should really be paying attention. Listen. Listen to what you're really hearing. Discernment is totally necessary because we know what comes with those times. And just really watch the children. Oh my goodness. Why the children? Why do they? Because they know that is our number one priority to protect. Absolutely have no fear. But I'm just saying that really strange things are happening. This is an amazing time for us to witness that we can see these things and document these things, record them, save them however you can for future generations that aren't seeing it, so they'll know what was happening at this time. The last, I don't know, 50 years. And it's, but the magnitude that we're seeing it now is just unbelievable. It's hard to keep up with. I go to different streams and I'm like, my mind is just blah, blown away. Besides everything else that's going on in my home, I mean, I have a lot of people to think about and care for. And so, got all that going on. And then just seeing and hearing all these things, it's just crazy. And how about that Governor Abbott? I just love him. He has made it to where nothing is. He is sending things to the border to take care of that mess. I'm thinking I want to get some counties together to do what they're doing, and I think it's Oregon. Hey, faith by nature. Well, that's true. I mean, I know there's a lot more going on that is like mind blowing. Hi, Annalise. Faith by nature, did I say hello? So I'll tell you a little bit of what's been going on with my mama. I'm telling you, I don't know how people go to the doctor or how you know who to trust or what, but okay. So we took her to the emergency room Saturday before last. They kept her I think sent her to a rehab. Is that right? Yeah. That rehab didn't work out. They sent her back to the emergency room. Then they kept her a few days, and then they said it was this last Saturday. And then she kept calling me, come get me out of here. There was nothing wrong with me. She was like mad. And I was like, okay, Mama, we'll just stay there until you're walking good. And I'm like trying to pep her up. Hey, Tom. And so today, this rehab sent her back to the emergency room saying that she had too low a calcium and that her phosphorus was for the place. She gets to the emergency room and they said no, but they went ahead and hooked her up to all these IVs, giving her fluids, I guess, something. And then not back to the rehab. She's just coming home. They're gonna send a nurse during the week to check her out, and she'll be at home. They said this will be the new normal for her because of the brain seizures that she was having because of the antibiotics she had a reaction to. This all started from that. Amen, Tom. That is so true. Well, we see that in our court systems every day. The guilty just run free and the innocent are being imprisoned. Cindy, no, it's not good, but at least she can talk now and she seems to be thinking more clearly. So, I mean, she's 82. We know she's getting older, but I think that she'll be doing okay. I'm going to spend as much time with her while I can. And so I don't know the thing I wanted to let y'all know. It's like uh, I don't even. I know I'll be out there, but I don't know if I'll have internet. Um, I can go in her house and do lives, and we'll see how that works. But if it's too much of a distraction, I won't do that. Cindy, and thank y'all so much for the prayer. I have actually stayed pretty calm through all this. Yeah, Cindy, that's a thought. Hey, 223. Good to see you. No, none of us are quitters. I think that's why we're all here together. Yes, and I have witnessed miracles. Hey, Benjamin. Y'all have been amazing. Y'all have been such a blessing for me. I haven't met any of y'all in person, but I feel like I have met some really good people. Hey, Carol. Good to see you. Thank you. Chris King, I understand what, but we can't quit. None of us can quit. Hey, Shift Kicker. Um, that's, if anything, we need to get louder. Louder. Look towards Brazil louder. Maybe like that. Hey, Eric. Good to see you, Pamela. Rocksteady. Garrett. Glad to see all y'all. I'm staying strong. I have to. In fact, they were giving her magnesium in her IV. And I was like, maybe I should be taking that magnesium that my nutritionist gave me a year ago. So I got to dig it out of wherever I packed it. Hey, Willie D. Don't you know? I keep putting the link out there. Any of y'all seen Chuck around? I haven't heard much from Chuck lately. Oops, not select all. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think that guy blew up my chat before. Okay. Y'all are all here. You're all okay, right? Oops. Try that again. It's okay. Start over. I'm not getting along with these buttons tonight. There it goes. There's the link. Oh my goodness. I want to hear a song. Ship Kicker, you haven't seen Chuck? Okay. Well, that tells me a lot because you're all over the place. I see you in places. Yeah. Um, I'll message Chuck or maybe Vicky. Sometimes I get a quicker answer from Vicky. But I think this is about. Oh, okay. He was at Area 111. Good. Okay. I think this is about the time that Vicky goes to work. So they've been through a lot too. Keep them in your prayers. And Wyatt. Something else I've noticed. Telegram is going off the wall. I don't know if y'all follow Telegram, but that's where they post the good stuff. and you can get lost in it. I think I even started following one that's DJT. We'll see. I just I got one for you. Yeah. Let me scoot you over here. No, not that one. Oh. I'm not done talking, I guess. I'll keep talking. So tell me what y'all think, because we read the Ten Commandments. We all know what the Ten Commandments say. And people started talking about tribunals, and I'm just not real sure about the death penalty. Hey, David. I mean, I see take care of it like that. I mean, I know that's the way it was done way back, but now that's good to know. Garrett Falsey needs to. No, I haven't seen that Offer's Kingdom. I did post the link yesterday for somebody, but I have it. I just haven't watched it. I'm not sure that I want to watch that. And I know what you're saying. I mean, so is it an eye for an eye? Or is it forgiveness? That's where I'm confused. I mean, we're supposed to love all. All. It doesn't say not the evil, not the spreading the word. We're hoping to save those, not that we can save them, but that they will be touched by God or become a believer. So it's just really confusing for me. That's all. I mean, somebody asked me once, so what would you do if they came in and just wiped out your family right in front of you? Well, you know darn well what I would do. That's a stupid question. So it's, oh, I thought it was both, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I don't know. But and if y'all don't want to say, I understand. It's just things that's been going through my head ever since I've been hearing about all that stuff, and it's like, are we doing the right thing? It's been the same thing with the border. People have said that for years and years and years. Well, how can we turn away these people who are looking for a better life? The United States is supposed to be a melting pot for all, and we're supposed to sit here with our arms wide open. And at the same time, we know they're not here just looking for a better place to live. And so it's, we, it needs to be done legally. Coming across the border needs to be done legally. Romans 13:1-7. I'm going to read that right now. Anna, thank you. Okay, Cindy, thank you. Romans 13:1-7. None of my buttons won't work tonight. Come on. Seriously. Are you kidding me? Ah, there it goes. Thank you. Okay. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be condemned. No, not condemned, commended. Sorry about that. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. This is also why you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants who give everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. Whoa. Okay. I get it now. Oh, I hope y'all aren't getting all. It's not a controversial thing. It's just it's my own personal thought. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. True. Yeah, it's a tough one, and I know that it's been talked about a lot over the years and years and years, because Texas has kind of always done that. Um, as far as I know, Texas does executions. So, should there be a prison fund to support them? Yeah. I mean, I remember back in the day, we had this little one room jail, and uh, the women of the town would bring the meals for the prisoners. Yes, it is Hawk's birthday. If y'all see Hawk, tell him happy birthday. Thank you, Kiss Off. How are you? I answered you back if you got your email. How much work that can be done. They could be the ones to rebuild the roads to make them better. Hey, John John. How are you? John John, you want to come up? Everybody's being shy tonight. Actually, work would really be good. I mean, like I said, my doctor gave me a prescription for a ramp 3 years ago, and I still don't have a ramp. And if Mama has to come stay with me, I need a ramp. Oh, okay, John John. Understand. Love you too, Kiss Off. Alright, let me see if I can find some. There's one called that. No, Bonnie. Oh, it's one of those nights. I don't know if this is it. We'll see.
The hardest thing to give away, the last thing on your mind today. It always goes to those who don't deserve. It's the opposite of how you feel when the pain they cause is just too real. Everything you have to say is the word forgiveness. It flies in the face of all your pride. It pulls away the night inside. It's always on his own worst enemy. Even when the jury and the judge say you got a right to hold a grudge, they whisper in your ear, synthetically. Forgiveness. Set a prisoner free. There's no end to what its power can do. So let it go and be amazed by what you see through eyes of grace. The prisoner that it really freezes you. Forgiveness. 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 Show me how to be unlovable. Show me how to reach the unreachable. Help me now to do the impossible. Forgiveness. Show me how to see what you mercy sees. Help me now to give what you gave to me. Forgiveness.
Well, I didn't realize all the words were in there, but wasn't too bad. That's love. Oh well. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Pretty much kiss off. Oh my goodness. Rescue to the rescue. Hi.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing. I was kind of napping, and then when I woke up, I just was looking at YouTube, and I saw you were on. So
I'm glad to see you. I've been putting the link, and everybody's just kind of, oh no, I'm here, I'm there.
comments up there. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Sharon. Yeah, we were talking about a pretty controversial subject, so I was like, maybe I better play a song.
Oh, hey, John. Hey,
Kiss off.
Joyful. I know. She's something else.
Yes, she is.
Let's see, I think I need to put my icon up or something.
She making you feel a little exposed there.
She just, man, she's something else. But I tell you, I wouldn't trade her for nothing. She is.
I know it.
She's something else. I actually have gotten to where now I don't know if I didn't see her one day, I would be in panic mode.
Yes, there's several. I was just asking if anybody had seen Chuck because I haven't seen him in a couple of days, and
Well, I saw him yesterday. He
that's
came
a
up
good.
on panel. Yeah, was it yesterday that I was on? Because I know earlier today I was, but I didn't see him earlier today.
Oh, he came on yours.
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think he was up there with John John. John John wasn't Chuck up there with me and you? I think so.
Hmm.
Yes. Shadow.
And I know today you had. Well, I always knew him as 1A. Now he's Possum,
Yep.
King Possum something. And then John John. And
I see Prepper Steady was up there. I had Bug Out stop by. He's been busy.
Nikki
Uh,
came up for a little bit. Show
yeah.
you her chickens. Your chickens.
Hey, and on the 10th, when they bring the chickens over, Kiss Off is supposed to get on my panel with Nikki.
Oh,
So
I think I
Kiss Off
heard
is,
something about that.
yep. So there you go.
Deanna was trying to get her on her panel yesterday, and I said, no, her first appearance has to be on mine. But yours would be better because I understand that.
She better come on mine first.
She will.
I can go
See
back
there?
and look
Yes,
at this.
sir.
No, John done said he wasn't up there, so I forgot somebody was up there because Chuck hung out for a little bit. I was tinkering with the chicken coop this morning. I was going to, but I just couldn't. Man, it was just too damn. I don't know. I was just miserable and just couldn't get into it. But in the tomorrow, it's supposed to be like almost 70 degrees tomorrow.
What? Really?
Yep. So it's on like Donkey Kong.
Oh, I haven't even looked at the weather. I just thought it's winter forever now.
Oh no. Let's see. Tomorrow is a high of 70 with a low of 59. Thursday is a high of 70 with a low of 55. But it's an 88% chance of rain for Thursday, 77% chance for Friday. And then it's going to dip a little bit because then it's a high of 59, 61. Hell, next Monday it's saying a high of 75. Girl, you know how it is. It's Texas. Shit, just wait 5 minutes.
I know. And, well, we're not getting to the 70s till Sunday. Have you been having rain? Because
Yes.
it's it, it's been doing that here just about every day. Praise God, because we needed it.
It rained all the way up till this morning. Last night it was the last little bit of rain.
It
That's why
shows we're
actually
getting
this
some.
morning I was out there and I was getting spinning out and getting stuck.
Oh,
I'd go to back up and it'd be like, I'm like, oh man,
that's not good.
get stuck in my own damn yard on the internet. There we go.
Hey, got plenty of people to come on. Well, we don't know where you are, but somewhere over by a lake over
Right.
there. um, it's showing rain here through Friday. Saturday, the sun finally. I know the sun hasn't been out.
It came out good today. It was pretty today. It was cold, man, because it was that wet cold. It was just like,
Hmm.
man, it was making my bones hurt and made my nerves. It was miserable. Rudy was miserable. Hell, that's all he did the whole time he went outside was give me the "you're a sorry asshole" look, and just stand there and kind of shiver. And it was like, I said, "Hey, blame it on Scat Pack and Kiss Off and Huckleberry and Anti-Ed Jack because they all bullied me into going outside."
Yep. I haven't seen Huckleberry tonight. I've seen Ridge Runner.
Huckleberry could be over at Ghost Preppers because I think he's on.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Over the weekend, I can't remember what day it was. Like, there was nobody on. And I was, okay, I'm bored, worrying about mom. And she won't quit calling me. I need to watch something. And I should have watched a movie.
Hey, Band of Brothers. You can never go wrong with Band of Brothers.
Panda Brothers.
Band of Brothers. It's a series.
What's that first word?
Band. Like band camp. Band.
Oh, band.
Yes, ma'am. Bravo, Alpha, Nevada, Delta.
Band of Brothers.
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds like it might be pretty good.
Oh, it's flipping awesome, and it's based off of all a true story. It is actually about Easy Company during the World War, and
Oh, okay.
yes, totally awesome. It's to me, it's the greatest movie of all time. But it's and if you actually look up, the legitimate copies of it type thing, then you'll see actually interviews before each episode because it's kind of like a chapter type thing, and before each one will be real interviews with the real guys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's I just man. In fact, I'll tell you what. Hold on, I'll show you.
And Sharon's seen it. Cool.
Should
Is it
So
Netflix?
this is see this metal case.
Yes.
This is the Band of Brothers. So watch this. So this is the Band of Brothers.
Oh, my goodness.
So that is look. I can't even go all the way there. That's
Yeah.
the Band of Brothers. And here's the cool part. So here's the backside because it's all one big picture. So I'll start. See, I'll start right here and then go across. And it's shots from the movie. And of course,
Cool.
those are the actors. But like I
Yeah.
said, when you watch this, it's the interviews of the real guys. And there's a little bit of Hollywood, of course, just because but it's just legit shit. And I don't
Right.
know. If it wasn't for this movie, this is the only movie that's saving grace for Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. Otherwise, that'd probably be pieces of shit. But
So is it on Prime or Netflix or something like that, or just you have to buy it?
no, I would think. Let's see. I bet you that would be on like a Prime. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sharon. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, that Died Suddenly came out, but I just don't know that I want to watch that. especially with my son and grandkids doing the thing.
On HBO, and looks
Now,
like you can get it through Amazon, it looks like, but it's, I don't know, it's saying season one, but then it's listing them off
yeah, okay.
because that's, let's see. Okay, so it's really, that's, yeah, so what they're
Yeah.
calling season one is really the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
So,
Sharon
yeah,
says it's
because,
on Rumble and YouTube.
okay,
Wait, Sharon, do you mean the other one? Um, died suddenly. She must mean that one.
I think that, oh, yeah, see, that's, what am I already holding? I don't know what Kiss Up is talking about sometimes.
I don't know. How are you in it, Jack?
Hey, Antoinette Jack.
Chrissy Cat
Oh, wow, now there we go. What's up, Chrissy Cat?
died suddenly. And there's the link if you want to watch that.
So, what is that one?
Died suddenly.
What's that one about?
All these athletes and actresses and actors and people just falling over. You know, the sudden SDS that they're calling it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's wrong with them holding hands?
See, do you even know what she's talking about?
No. On that
Okay.
cover of that movie, were they holding hands on the video box?
You talking about back here?
I guess so. He's,
Or
they got their
talking about
arms around each other, don't they?
on the front? They're not.
No.
And then, oh, okay. Maybe this is what she's talking about. Because he's helping him up on the tank.
Oh, well, yeah.
So maybe I need to raise up so you can see the top of the tank, and then you can see. Is
That's
that what
okay.
you were talking about?
I saw the Marines singing a song. I lied. It's not Marines. Yes, it was. It's some kind of military. And they're singing a song, and they all have their arms around each other, swaying back and forth. It's a,
Sure, sure. Camaraderie. Nothing wrong with
yes,
that.
exactly. And
It's
people,
those weird Pennsylvania people that vote for Fetterman. That's the ones. You got to watch them. I mean, you got to remember, Kissoff voted for Fetterman. So come on.
You're really wanting to get her riled up, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Look at him like, be like, good morning, good evening, goodbye. That's what I'll have to do to her next time going, hello, kiss off, goodbye, good night. Maybe if I talk Fetterman
Excuse
to her,
me.
she'll understand more. I have to speak Fetterman now.
Yeah, we're all scratching our heads about that one.
That, that was bad, but
Yes,
I'm sorry. The dead guy, come
I
on now. That was
know.
like the sprinkles on top of everything. It's like it don't get no better than this right here. Not only did there was talk about like dead people doing the voting part, but hey, we even got one better for you nowadays. By God, the dead dude even won.
Well, and so I had to put that on my Facebook because I was like, just somebody tell me how. And um, so they explained that the ballots are already made for the early voting, all of that. And so they couldn't remove the name, but still that he won. And I even said that, but still that he won when surely nobody was voting for him after he passed. They would have heard that he passed, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, I mean that would have been like filed and then recorded, and you know,
She did.
oh look, Anti was all about that. Kiss off is trying to ghost me here and stuff until all of a sudden she come up with Anti Jack heart with the set of lips. All of a sudden, message retracted. It's like, well, imagine that.
Uh oh. Do I need to put protection on somebody else too?
So much for ghosting.
What's going on?
Oh, Anti Jack Chrissy Cat is asking you if you need Chrissy Cat's email. It's dude with the ghost.
Oh, and I that's a mod.
Oh, Echo Anna said, Bonnie, the days of Elijah.
For what? A movie? Is that a movie?
Uh, I think so. That sounds familiar.
That's what I was thinking might be.
And by the way, hey, NC did. Oh, and I, I saw up there David was leaving. So later, David, get you some rest, buddy.
Yes, good night, David.
He said, good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs back. And if they do, grab a shoe and beat them till they're black and blue. What's up, Garrett?
There's Hawk. A song.
Oh, that's what the day of Elijah.
Oh, okay. But it's time for another song.
Marines. Oh, it's the Marines that were singing Days of Elijah. So that might be the soldiers you saw.
Excuse me. Yes.
And
Yes.
happy birthday, Hawk.
I think that that's what it was. That's what I
Oh,
was
Lord.
fixing to.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Hawk.
And many more. I do want to say, Chrissy Cat, if you've emailed me before and you have my email, if you email me, I can then forward that over to Anti if you want. If Anti's okay with that, then I'll be the middleman.
Link in case he wants to come up and.
Ghost equals snitches get bitches. I thought it was the snitches got stitches. And now we just got to do all this extra labor work and like dig shit up now. Man,
I'm not digging a hole for anybody.
you're adding more labor work to this. Here, I will type mine. This is. There you go, Chrissy. If you want to email me, then I'll forward that over to Anti. Or there you go. I ain't trying to stick my nose in nobody's business, so just throwing the offer.
Yeah, I don't think I have either one. I might have Chrissy Cat. I can't remember.
I can't remember if I do or not.
Yeah.
I really need to sit down one day and go, okay, I'm going to join the rest of the real world. And I need to create a little address book and then go, okay.
Yes.
It's hard to explain, but I disconnected for so long that then to kind of reconnect is kind of weird. It's like I'm not used to being social.
Well, I'm glad you are now.
Okay, Chris. Well, thank you. Hey, Miss Jen.
There he is. Hello, Hawk.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Hawk?
Not much.
Just talking about all the.
Huh?
Just started talking about all the signs we're seeing of really odd and amazing things.
Which ones?
The
The changing of the guard is happening slowly, but it's happening. Or that more and more people are coming out with the truth about the jibber jab joob bop.
Yes.
Kind of thing, you know. There's a lot going on. You know, the idea of it is whether we can get people to research. You know, it's one thing to hear about it, but it's another thing to research it yourself and know more.
Yes.
You know, and that's, you know, and yes, there is a cobweb up there.
I don't think that's what Rescue's looking at.
Could be. There's a bunch of cobwebs there. So, yeah.
Sometimes Kiss Off gets to talking, and then I've got to like do some weird connecting of dots to try to go exactly where does that come into play. But
yeah, and I don't have 30 dogs anymore, so I'm down to 8, 6.
8.
Hold on, 8, 6 is 14. I'm down to 20. So yeah,
That's good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the puppies don't want to stay in the kennel anymore, so they're all camped out on my porch out here. Can you see the orange light through the door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's my heater. Okay, because there's not enough room for me to bring them all in here. Okay, so they're
Right.
on the porch with my heater. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. It's I enclosed it somewhat, so there no rain or any of that. And let me tell you, we've been getting rain, 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 rain. It's
Yeah.
I I'm actually somewhat overwhelmed a bit with it all, because it's just been nonstop. It's like
Mhm.
yeah, not happy rain. Not happy.
Mm. Mhm.
Oh yeah, it's been nuts. So, well, how you
We-
kids doing?
We're finally
And
getting rain down here.
congratulations on getting that chicken coop almost finished there, young man.
Yeah, it's almost there. Tomorrow I should be making a pretty good dent.
Well, that's something that
Mm.
you think about it like this. You're looking to provide for yourself, and possibly if it goes well, you could be providing eggs for your neighbors as well.
Oh
You
yeah,
could,
I've
you
already
could
set
be,
up a little barter thing with them. That's already
yeah,
in play for next
yeah,
year.
you know.
Oh.
So it's going to boil down to uh, whether you made it big enough. know? That's
Well, the coop is definitely going to be big enough. The little yard part, I might end up having to create a bigger one later on if I
yeah,
end up with yard. But
Yeah.
that's a 10 by 6 rectangle that they have full grazing in, and so that should be good to anywhere from 6 to 8 chickens. Although I'm not sure about this 8 thing, I'm just kind of, but that's what it's apparently. But then I don't agree with everything. I get some of that is, but it's that something different. Everybody's got their own take when it comes to animals. And
yeah.
I'll leave it at that. Mine,
What
some of
I'll give
those,
you.
you read 6, and I'm sitting there looking at dimensions going, and that's like the size of my freaking desk. Why would you? And I start picturing chickens
Yeah,
standing there. I'm going, I wouldn't want to be in that. So no.
yeah. I'll give you a piece of advice. Set yourself up a small sprinkler that comes on about an hour before the sun comes up, and get that ground wet. Then the worms will come up. You know what I mean? And the chickens will be super super happy, and you'll find that you spend a lot less on feed. You
Yeah.
know, um, you know.
Oh, they've got, that's one good thing I got to look forward to is the insect and just that whole populace that they'll be able to cruise on that I'll move them through.
Mhm.
And we do have a very humid area down here, so this is this is you got anywhere from the flies, the mosquitoes, the dragonflies,
Mhm.
everybody, everything. So it should be pretty good for them. And they're doing real good at Nikki's. They're growing like weeds, man. Them damn things they're already pretty good size, I gotta say.
I like weed. I mean weeds. It's
And she didn't even really have a coop for them, did she? She had
No,
like
it's
a
just a square.
fence and then a little metal roofing over a part of it. I was kind of surprised.
I was out in the rain and I'm like all batted up. I'm like, oh,
But have you seen the sheep, Hawk? They're just going in circles.
the sheep?
Yes.
No, I didn't see. Where was that at?
Um, I don't know. Someone in chat help me out. And then also there's a video out there in the middle of the desert, and all of a sudden this water is flowing and live fish jumping around all over the place.
Oh,
Maybe
the rising of the fish. Yeah. Okay. So there was a prophecy about that, about fish
yes,
walking in the desert.
yes.
And I can't remember who it was. Oh Lord. Um, yeah, my brain's not working right now. Damn. Um, I really wish it was. Um, but yeah, yeah. I did see some uh, a video of a river of fish with no water,
Yep.
and it was in.
Done and done, Anton and
I
Chrissy.
think maybe
So,
that 103 is the one that posted the fish.
Yeah, I
yeah,
would
Park
Mm,
Sam. What's up,
He's
D
pretty
Dog?
good. Hey, D Dog and Simplify.
Chrissy Cat, do you know where to find that? Chrissy Cat said she's about sheep 14 days so far, I think, because I saw a whole lot bigger herd. I guess you call them a herd of sheep in a circle than just the white ones to begin with. It's like crazy.
To gather the flocks, so it'd be a flock of sheep.
Flock.
Cattle are herds. Horses are herds. Um, but geese and sheep are flocks.
Oh, okay.
Hey, me myself now.
Well, we do mostly horses and cattle here, so I wasn't sure what sheep were called. Was,
Sheep.
was that in Israel? Sheep.
Um, the No, I don't. I don't believe it was in Israel. It was somewhere in the Middle East, though. Um, uh, Dang nabbit. See, now you got me looking for it.
So what are we going for? Sheep circling?
She,
Mm-hmm.
fish walking on land, or fish. Dang nabbit.
Yeah, and that.
Mongolia.
Oh,
Was it
Echo
Mongolia?
just,
Mongolia. For 12 days in
and
Mongolia.
that's the sheep. And then
What did it
Yeah.
say?
Echo just put the River of Fish link in chat. Carl's being wishing you a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Uh,
Oh, there's some doctor dude
River
that
of
said
Fish in
that
the Desert. Here we go. I found it. I
this
found it.
professor dude said he thinks that the reason why that started happening is because they apparently had been contained in that pen for an extremely long time.
Yeah.
And he said that when sheep start stressing, then they'll start to do that.
Well, of course, they're going to come up with something scientific.
Oh,
Because if they believe
we have
that
history of that.
something like God existed, then it would be too overwhelming.
Well, no,
Um,
but I mean, that could be simple if that's something that's known. Like if we put pens in things back in the 1700s, and then after a while that they've been kind of abandoned there, they start doing something like that, then that would just be in nature.
okay, there
Right.
you go. I put the link in the private chat for the fish. I can't
Oh,
I
okay.
can't play any videos right now. I have other things going on my other screen right now.
I can do it. And 10 last night, her theory on that was because the North Pole and South Pole are like
The
off.
poles.
Yeah, that it's because they don't know which way is north now. I don't
What
know.
are they supposed to swim? Fish don't swim north in the winter.
No, that was for the sheep.
Oh, okay.
I'll pull up the fish and
Yeah,
play
but
that
yeah,
one.
that video's there. It's actually a pretty good one.
Whoops. Okay, stop a minute. Get over here and share. the, the other night I played um, Nancy Drew's reveal that she did, and all the things that they finally gave her permission to show that they didn't before. Okay, I'm gonna mute and play this. Excuse me, y'all.
Don't forget to do a share screen. And there's no water there. It's just fish. It's literally a river of just fish. Crazy, but and you're on mute, Bonnie. I
She's
I don't
probably
know.
talking 90 to nothing.
Yeah, it's yeah. You might want to unmute yourself if you're saying something, Bonnie.
That happened earlier this morning with Bug Out. Me and Prepper were standing there. We were sitting here talking and finally stopped. And it's like, he's probably talking, doesn't realize that we can't hear a word. Sure enough, a couple minutes goes by and he's like, so y'all couldn't hear me? And it was like, nope. And he goes, man, I was talking. And I go, yeah, that's what we figured.
Sorry, y'all. I'm on the phone with my brother in California. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. Yeah, but that is, that is a weird phenomenon. I haven't seen. There was a couple of prophecies in regards to you know fish in the desert. Um, I'm almost thinking one of them was in the Book of Enoch. But that was like so long ago that I read that. So I'm not positive. I'd have to look for it.
Yeah. I don't want to be the Debbie Downer. I'm always the Debbie Downer. Sometimes I think people even shy away from me nowadays because it's like, oh shit, there's rescue. Because I don't know, man. See, like I'm the cynic dude. So I pull that thing up and I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm going, the one thing that catches my eye when I watch it is why are the only fish that are there are all at the end of this stream? And then I'm looking at the grade and it's like, well, the water is running downhill. So was this like released up there in that hill that
No,
there's like a
there's no
pool?
water. That's all fish.
No, there's water. You can see it.
Yeah. If you watch it, even what looks like water turns into fish.
Well, no, I mean it's water, and you can even see the liquid behind them. That's what I'm saying. You start to realize that the
it's
mass of
like they're
fish is
leaving
in
a
the front of
path
the
of
pool.
water behind them. Yeah, it's like they're leaving a path of water behind them.
Well, see, I guess, or would it be that if water was running down that, but you have a weight of a herd of fish, that actually you would have the body mass of fish in front of the water as the water's flowing through, and you would have the flopping fish
Yeah.
because then it would
What
be.
what
And
was
I'm
that?
not knocking, man. Hey,
Was
I'm
it
all
was
about God showing up and cleaning all this mess. I mean, I think that there's going to be millions of people that are going to be in shock and awe, thinking, "But wait a minute, I thought I had this down," and it's like, nope, you missed the mark completely.
yeah,
But
yeah. Give me 1 second here. Somebody's calling.
all right, and I ain't knowing it is what it is. I can't explain it. That's just I look and I kind of go, eh. I probably ought to. See, I'm always the Debbie Downer. What's up, Camo? Mr. Ed? Let's okay that link. Oh, this is that. That's that hole. Okay, all for his kingdom. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that before. What's up, 223 DMR? What's up? Oh yeah, it is. But I can only be the Debbie Downer one time a day. Otherwise, I'll end up with nobody left to talk to. So I'm just going to agree that that was a creepy noise. So, how's the weather? What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh, sorry. I just looked up at the camera and had a freaking coyote in the yard. Took me a moment to focus and kind of go, oh shit, that's a damn coyote. Little bastard better get ready. So I get my chickens pop up out in that yard, and now there'll be a fur ball laying there. Hey, what's up, Kim? There you go. Well, no, I'm not a doubting Thomas. Oh no, I totally believe in God, and I do believe that he'll be coming back. And but I don't think it's gonna be sprinkles and rainbows. I think there's going to be an accountability reckoning, and I think that Judgment Day is going to have a different meaning. I don't think some of this verbal picture show kind of stuff is going to I think the reality, that true core nature of a character or person, that real person, who somebody is, regardless of whatever they've shown anybody else, it's that soul part. That's going to be the accountability part. And I think there's going to be a lot of pew sitters that are going to be shocked and awed, going, but wait, and it's hell no. But no, I'm not a doubting Thomas like that. I just think that sometimes that things can seem so overwhelming that it's easy to see some things, and but it's like with that sound, I've heard not quite similar, but I've heard some hisses and some weird sounds from drilling natural gas, because you hit some of those fractures down there, and you hit a thing, and you'll start hearing pipes sing some weird tunes. So I can kind of connect it. I'm not saying that it's not. It's like the fish thing. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just, for me, I can look at that and go, yeah, I can see a viable reasoning behind it, in a way. Rather that's it, or rather it's the wrath is tomorrow. That makes no difference to me. It's like looking at a picture going, yeah, I think this. It's just a thought. I do think when it comes time to pony up for our actions, that I don't think it's going to be as, like, but wait, I asked for forgiveness and wasn't that? And it's like, no, you can't repetitively do the same shit and just go, oh, well, I asked for forgiveness. No, if the intent to better yourself isn't there, that's going to be seen, regardless of all this verbal shit show that everybody shows. And I don't mean that to be ugly. I've come pretty big circle in life, and I think that there's going to be a true accountability, and it's not going to be a verbal thing. I think all this shell and all this little show tell stuff that we do here is just a testament of our character. But the true answering we're going to do is in that soul, and that layman ways. When that person tripped, was that first thought you had to stick that hand out, or was it like, huh? And then you stuck the hand out. It's kind of one of those moments. Now the rest of the world says, oh, but wait, he stuck his hand down. Surely he meant well. But I think when it becomes accountability time, that little millisecond moment when you were kind of like, yeah, there's the actual mark that's going to get put down. It won't be the show that got put in. Got Coyote in there. We'll do the, yeah, Miss Sharon. I have a feeling that's why that one that was weird, the way that one came in all perked up. I don't know if it was already chasing something. I haven't. And so that was kind of one thing about it. I'll be keeping an eye out for him. Rescue. I watched some of the videos. The same guy that made that video, and a lot of what he has documented is really interesting, unbelievable. And see, and that's, man, that's where I know some people get upset with me because hell, there's people that don't even talk to me no more. And I'm not trying to shoot nobody down. I just wish everybody that asks an opinion would then remember about asking the opinion and then just receive it as just that, an opinion. It'd be no like if I said, hey, Hawk, do you think it's sunny outside? Because I think the sun's shining. And he proceeds to go, are you a freaking drunk, Rescue? And I'm like, nope, I think the sun's shining. And at one point, he just kind of goes, okay, good for you. And there you go. And the clock just goes tick, tick, tick. It just keeps going. Nothing ever seems to stop. So it's just an opinion. I ain't trying to convince nobody one way or another. And look, Hawk leaves me out here hanging. He ain't on the phone, so that whole little thing don't count no more because he ain't on the phone. Bonnie, she's probably still on the phone, but then I just get, and somehow I thought I closed my show down this morning Go figure. I'm just picking on. Oh, good. Hawk moved. I was going to say, I don't know. If Hawk don't move here in a minute, he might be froze. I don't know. And then finally his head moved. So. What's up, David? You done come back now. I said, all I need is a goober sandwich and a glass of milk. Oh, yeah, he's talking to somebody. So either in somebody else's chat or he's something, but you can see that jawbone going at it and nothing. All for his kingdom. Personally, I've learned quite a bit in the last few years, like the Book of Enoch, etc. The channel hanging on his words, and Trey Smith really opened my eyes and taught me a lot. He has his phone on the deck. It's all lit up. Oh, yeah, that's true. We're getting the speakerphone action. I'm bad about that. That's the I don't hold a phone. Not if I can help it. I finished up late tonight and stopped in morning and got a little hairy, so I left. Oh, I just scrolled up, Kim, and saw what you said too. Repentance. Yeah, no, there's something to actually be saying when you ask for forgiveness. If you truly mean that, then you will do everything possible to never do that again. And a lot of times people nowadays seem to think that they can, like, it's all a picture show. And it's like, yeah, well, not that part. Mm. Chrissy, not yet. On the 10th. On the 10th, Chrissy. That's when Nikki and her husband Jeremy, in between prepping, they're going to be. She raised the chickens for me, and she showed them this morning. They're growing, but she's going to be bringing them over. I got 4. I have 3 hens and 1 rooster. I was gonna holler at Carl to ask him some shipping questions. That's that Facebook thing. What kind of chickens? I have no idea, Chrissy. I think Nikki called them like mutt chickens. She wasn't sure what mixes they were from. I know they're dark colored. I don't know if that means anything. I'm kind of a chicken newbie, man. My whole experience, it's like this chicken tractor thing that I'm doing. Beats the shit out of me. I had never even heard of that up until about 3 months ago. My whole experience growing up with chickens was we had chickens that ran around and there was hay spots all around the horse barn and stuff. And I threw food out for them and then I'd have to go around and look for eggs. There was nothing special about them. Now all of a sudden there's these little containers and tractor thingies and which I don't know, adapt and overcome. So I'll figure it out. And I figured the three of them and then the rooster and having him kind of grow up with them. Well, then when I get ready next year to start over into the hatching side, then I'll already have him in place. So then I can do my little chicks because then I want to build up to where I have basically this egg producing stock and then like a little meat stock and then some chicks to barter and trade off also. And so
I'm back with you guys. Sorry.
hey, Hawk. All our way. Okay, Carl. Yeah, I was going to get your take on some of the shipping because I want to do that little auction sell thing again, and I wanted to find out if I were to like, I don't know, like it's like if I were to sell this a mouse, and it's like I don't really quite know what it weighs, it's feels like it's less than 2 pounds. What the best way if I should just drop that in a box, wrap that up, and then try to? I ain't got no scales. See, that's where if I should just guesstimate on the high side, but I want to try to be able to tell people how much the shipping would be. Because that last time when I did that, I just took the easiest way out and said, okay, well, if I do this flat rate shipping, it's this, and then it covers whatever. And I was trying to avoid doing that again.
Hey, y'all, sorry about that.
No worries, Miss
It's
Bond.
okay. I was off there too. Rescue was pretty much on his own there for about 5 minutes.
Oh,
And
no.
just another day.
I was on the phone too. It's funny. People don't think about your birthday until it's like almost bedtime.
Right.
Then they're calling. It's like,
Oh, that's my brother's asking me, what are we doing with Mom? And I said, what do you mean? What are we doing with her?
No, what I've seen something along the line. I haven't really dug into the facts of it. I saw something not on that Shane's or nothing, and I don't know about the conservative cowboy. I don't know who it was, but I saw where somebody like 300 and something officials will all be removed from their positions because this will be the whole 20 thing will be overturned. I'm trying to kind of watch how I verbally say any of that because I'm not trying to connect any dots.
Every person that was put in, I guess, at that time.
well, it would be everybody who was put in and any laws that they put into effect as well would be gone.
Yes. And
So
Well, and it depends on like where that falls. If that's like under the whole thing, like then that would be your national, and that could be fall under states, and then it would be every appointed thing since.
yes.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, so it's I look at it and I try to I don't get my hopes up about it.
No.
I mean, it would be nice to see some form of justice. You know, but the fact of the matter is we have so much corruption and so much evil there that it's just removing them doesn't get rid of it. You know what I mean?
It's not just that, Hawk. It's going to be
Yes.
the ones to stand up. Like, okay, like with that particular thing right there that he's talking about, I personally could see homeboy shooting that down intentionally just because of the ramifications. If they did that and then de-seated 300 plus people,
Mhm.
the wave that would cost. See, because that's kind of why I think that kind of happened back when it did, and it kind of got thrown in their lap instantaneously, and it was like, are you crazy? Matter
Yeah.
of fact, I think there was even a leaked audio around that effect where Mr. Little Robert there said, "Are you out of your mind? The mob would attack us."
Yeah,
And
it's the thing we have to remember is that uh, the, all that is evil needs to go completely. It needs to be completely eliminated. It can't just be a bunch of people kicked out of office. You know
but
what I
it can
mean?
only be removed, Hawk, replaced with righteousness. Then it can't just be removed and left a void. It has to be
Right.
replaced with
Exactly.
a
Yep.
righteousness, which means we need a societal character change back to good foundations and good
Yep.
core.
Yep.
The whole system would have to be redone.
Yeah.
Well,
Majorly.
people,
Majorly. There's
your
no doubt
whole
about that.
your labor pool you're going to pull from would have to
Hmm.
have the foundation.
It's gonna, if that happens, it's gonna be very bumpy and rough for a bit. But
Extremely. You know,
Well,
and
that's the scary part.
there's going to be a lot of fighting back.
The scary part is a lot of people think that this right now is bad. and this isn't bad.
No.
This is a drop in the bucket for what's to come, because nothing's been produced this year. Hardly anything was produced last year, and we're running that low.
Yep.
So come next year, and the middle to the end of next year is going to be severely different than right now.
Mhm.
Personally, that's my 2 cents anyway.
Yeah. Well, the evil has to be destroyed. It can't just be taken down, because they'll just keep coming back, time and time and time again. It's and is it really a lesser of two evils? Because if you think about it, with when you look at both parties, they're both one side of the same coin. You know, um, we can't say that Republicans don't play games, because we know damn well that they do. So
Yeah.
at, at what extent do we finally recognize that there's a lot more to this than meets the eye?
And well, that's where I think it comes into play. What D-Dog's been doing, it would be, it would have to be a complete restructure constitutionally, and it would take the people taking back what they should have had all of this time
Yep.
to do that reconstruction.
Yeah, and that's not a little bit of work. That's a lot of work, a whole lot.
Because not
Considering,
everybody's going to get along,
No,
and
well,
they're not
no,
going to have the same views, opinions, even the states.
the first time it was done, everybody could at least get under the collective of freedom. Now, you can't even get a collective under that, because the variations of what that really means. You got people that think they're free as shit while they're sitting there getting the SNAP card and living in the HUD housing, and they're
mm-hmm.
taking the Metro transport with the damn card. And it's like,
Right.
well, I'm free. And it's like, really? And you only think you're free because you're being given shit, but you don't even control what's given to you. You just adapted to it.
Yep.
And so it just, you take that and take the, before the beginning was, hey, you know what? Aren't we about tired of this tyrannical, monarchical type shit, empire kind of? Yeah. So change.
I
Now
totally
you'd have
agree
to
with
get
Yeah,
that
and
percentage.
D-Dog's right. We need to reduce our government to 10% of where it is now. We don't need all of them. We don't.
that.
It's really unnecessary. You know.
Well,
Um,
that's why we need to get good ones in, like the Marjorie Taylor Greene, which I don't know her full thing. I know she has a good core because she's been saying it over. There's a few others, but see, people need to learn to rally behind them, and then in their spots find people to take some of these places instead of just spending months. It's like a Pelosi thing. Instead of, like, everybody in that district, anybody that didn't like her has just wasted time because nobody made a move to replace her.
yeah.
Yes.
And that's what needs to happen. It's like when you see something, it's like, I can tell you right now, Crenshaw don't need to be getting comfortable, because I'm going to personally be one of those little thorns in his ass, because he just needs to go away.
Yeah.
And so I'll be paying attention to what he does, and I'm going to start keeping a record on the shit that he's voting and the way he's voting. And the next one, as soon as he gets close to coming up, I'm ready to start throwing it out there, the facts.
And that's it. Pay attention to their tweets. Pay attention to what they put out.
Well, you can
And
pull up the house. Pull up the
even
house and
what
look at
they're
the bills
not
that they
putting
vote.
out. Yes. And yes, look at what they're voting for and against.
That's the shit. They can walk up there and tell you in that screen that, oh man, the Democrats are trying to do that, and you won't ever think twice about it. Go look at the house and watch. And homeboy probably signed off on that bad boy before he walked out there and said that to you.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
A lot of them lie through their teeth.
Yeah.
It's going to take that effort, and that's where I'm not a Debbie Downer when it comes to that. Hey, I'm all for a solution.
Yes.
Whatever that may be. If that was, I can tell you brought out the gate top 2 cents off of like a full redo. No. I don't see it happening myself. Well, if you just, there's my honest opinion. Nope, don't see it. I can't even, like I said one day, even on my chat about months ago, I said, you can't even get like 2,000 people on YouTube to agree, much
Right.
less you're fixing to take 3% out of 350 million people and say, okay, we're going to rewrite this declaration. We're going to rewrite this constitution. And we've got enough fortitude and balls that we're going to stand behind this, and we're willing to put everything of ours on the line.
Yeah. Well, it was, you think about what our forefathers did. It was their, it was their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. You know, the three things that they had to offer back then. Their
That's what I'm
fortunes
saying.
were their lands and everything that they had earned their entire lives, and what their, their entire family wealth, and most of those people, the
And you're
largest
not going to get
majority of those
3 million
people
people to do
all
that.
died, after signing their name. I think it was like 5 of them actually survived. After the signing of that, all the others were killed.
Mm.
So it's like, when you look at that, you have to almost say to yourself, at a certain extent, is it worth it? But then at the same point, is are we willing to make the same sacrifice?
Oh,
Are we
yeah. It's
willing to
not even
give
a
up?
matter of if it's worth it. It's just that you think you could really get 3 million people to think that
Yeah, yeah,
collectively.
yeah.
That's what it takes. Okay, I'm willing to pack up, sell everything off, willing to throw all my money into this till. Let's see what we can come to muster. Yep, we got a meeting of 3 million people. We're actually able to hold them off, and now we commenced it to do. Yeah, yeah. Mm. I ain't trying to be ugly to nobody. So if anybody
No, it's
listening hears this later or whatever, I ain't. I said this the other day. I have a tendency, I guess, the way I say shit just pisses people off, and it's like I don't mean anything, and it's directed to any particular individual type thing. It's just that was a scenario, and to me, that scenario just does not seem plausible.
Well, they'll get over themselves, because at this point here, we have a lot to look at. I mean, we have so much to look at. I mean, so many things are being revealed to us that it's like this. Uh, when you're shown the pure evil, you have an option. You can either pray and do something about it, or you can attempt to do something and fail, or you can do nothing and fail. You know, um, it all boils down to who's got your 6. You
Yeah.
know, um, and we're at that point in nowadays that we have to recognize that there are things that are out of control, out of our control. Um, but does that mean we give up?
No.
You know,
Oh, shoot, no, it's just my home.
Yeah. And that's it. It's how much are you willing to stand up for? How much are you willing to resist? How
how
much
much
are
are
you
you willing
willing?
to take? Yeah,
Yes.
Well, and it's not even, in all honesty, I think some of it is simple enough, but it's costly enough that's the big hindrance for people, because the biggest impact to have is through the money, because it's just like everything you always hear when you go follow the money, follow the money. Well, guess what was the most powerful tool to speak back with? It's the money. But
yep,
how many people won't turn into that fast food drive through? How many people will stop going into the Walmart for everything and start intentionally going, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go down here and get this from this guy, even though I know it's $1.25 more,
yeah.
but I'm going to do that. So I'll stop feeding the beast.
Well, and
And that's the thing. I don't know.
that's why we've been trying to, or here I have locally, is find the people who are growing those things that I can't, or that I haven't, or where I can get the beef if we don't have the grocery store, is finding those people and building a community more self-sufficient, where you can get this stuff. Plus it's hunting season, you know. It
Yeah, you look at those. Well, you look at those shows about the people up there, the Alaskan bush people. You know, they have the small villages. 5 or 6, long houses up there. Somebody goes out and gets a moose. It's not just for them; it's for the community. It's people working together. To succeed and to build something bigger and better. It's up to us to be able to do that. I actually, um, you know, to go off of that, I just recently met one of my neighbors that has been my neighbor for 7 years, and he was scared to death to come down here. He was scared to death to ring the bell at the gate. You know, um, and I said to him, I said, "Why?" And they says, "Well, because you're a pot farm." And I'm like, "That doesn't mean anything." I said, most pot growers that I know are pretty loving people. You know, um,
right.
sure sometimes people running their security aren't exactly the cream of the crop. Um, but the fact of the matter is that for the most part, we want to be involved with the community. You know, we want to do things for our towns and for our neighbors and stuff. But in
Yes.
most cases, they're just people are too chicken shit to to attempt to have that conversation. And so that makes it more difficult. Um, and I wish it didn't. You know, I really wish it
people
didn't.
even People even say that if you're in the cities, it makes it harder to do. But I can remember growing up in the city till I was 13, and we knew everybody on that street. And they all came to the house for coffee with my grandmother in the mornings, every morning. And they would sit there and have their talk. The kids had to go outside. We weren't allowed to hear adult talks, but it's not impossible. If
Well, see, nowadays the kids do sit in on adult conversations, and most of the time the populace in these cities, they migrate and move around,
Yeah,
and the
and
rental
that's true.
property shifts, and then it's like, okay, well, so times tough, whatever, right, we couldn't pay, we ended up getting kicked out, moved to this one, bounced around, and you end up with that kind of trend. I think it's a character thing. I think that it's a community based, but it's getting that mindset to help thy neighbor,
yeah,
and
Yes.
that connection and that thought process and what it takes to make that move, just that alone is a major step, because I
And
personally think that's a major character change for a lot of people.
I
yep,
think the desire for survival too kicks in. Look at the Victory Gardens, World War II. Is that when they were doing those?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The Victory Gardens. Yeah, yep. It was. It was.
Well,
That was the at the end of the right at the end of the Depression.
Yeah.
well, the government
It was.
encouraged that.
Yeah.
Society encouraged that. That was
Yep.
the thing.
Oh, well,
And
but
if you think
still,
about it, I mean, it's like if you have a couple of acres of land, and even in town, you know, and you're not taking at least a half an acre or a quarter of an acre and turning it into a garden to provide for your own household, that's kind of ridiculous. But if you got more land than that, then the idea of building a community garden is not such a bad idea. If you got people coming over and investing time, maybe they have some seeds that they want to plant themselves, and they're going to provide watermelons, you know, and but they come over and they help tend the garden, and they, and then everybody, you know, uh, benefits from it. you know. Uh, but too often, you know, it's the greed thing of this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. You know, um,
Yeah.
do we get past that? Can we get past that? Can we grow up?
And that's where it's gonna, I think, sift out. It's gonna take a long time, but I think that it could possibly sift out the the ones who won't.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah, yeah.
The ones who are
Well, there's
not
a certain
going
point where things
to.
get weeded out. You know, no
Yes.
doubt about that. Um, the question is, you know, how long do you wait for that kind of exposure? You know, and then the Christian side of you turns around and says, well, maybe I can change that person. You know, that's like getting into a relationship and then turning around and trying to attempt to change the person that you fell in love with.
Not
You know,
possible.
sculpting them into the person that you want, whether it's a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. You know, um, listen, the person that you fell in love with is that's the person that you should be, accepting of. Everybody's got faults, everybody has flaws, everybody has quirks, and but then these same people have good things about them. You know, and it's the idea, stop trying to change everybody else, get them to change themselves because they want the change, they want to be the affected or be effective on their own, you know um and I you know I look, so many people have lost marriages and things like that, and it all boiled down to one person trying to change the other person, and in doing so ended up creating more harm than good,
Well,
and
that's not always the case, though, because I got to say, sometimes, especially in this generation, it gets run into too fast, and they don't experience so many different avenues of life together that then they rush into this. They're now in the same residence, they now share this home, and then all of a sudden they start to experience little things that they've never experienced around anyone else, and now they start to show their way of how does this person react financially when things are a little tight in the bank account versus this person. All of a sudden you start finding out, well, this person has a damn balancing problem and can't seem to balance a register, and there can be so many flaws, and not everybody's willing to go, hey, I can roll with that. Some people will just walk and they're like, hey, man, I didn't realize it was going to be like this. But then again, that's why you should get to know your partner and fall in love with that person and not just run to the person.
yeah, it's like dating for a year or so before you get married. you know it's like I think about the people that I know that met somebody in Atlantic City or Vegas, and boom, they got married overnight. Oh boy, those things didn't work out for nothing. um
Well, be honest, you know, it could probably work, and meet somebody and go to Vegas if when you met, you sat there and spent like the next 6 hours and fully were truthfully, not just because people say, oh no, I was honest, but the real honest.
mm-hmm.
And you really laid yourself out like that, and the other person did, and that meshed together. Hey, I won't say that won't happen. It could happen, because I believe sometimes there is a love at first sight, and you just have that partner that you click.
Yeah,
I think that happens.
yeah, I believe in love at first sight as well. So it's but the idea is, just because you fell in love at first sight doesn't mean run off and get married at first sight. Uh, Make sure that that the individual is somebody somewhat compatible, you know, at least a little bit. you know.
Well, and like Chad, you can't lie to each other, because that's the first time you tell a lie to your partner. Everything else after there is built on that lie.
Yeah.
Yep.
No matter how you cut the mustard, everything out of your mouth from then on is based off of that lie because it changes the story.
Yeah.
You lied. You made something up, and you now have to keep that rolling.
But see, money plays a big part in that too. I've noticed with a lot of people.
Little ones are awake. Feed me, mom. Feed me, mom.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
so sweet.
she walks past that pen and they see her and they're like, "Oh, it must be dinner time," you know. And it's like, listen, I was just in there 10 minutes ago, kid. You know, Mama, quiet him down. No. It's like looking at me like, "Oh God, here I go again." Good mom though. It's her last litter. She's got like 3 or 4 more days until the puppies are weaned off of her, and so I started them on goat's milk this morning. Um, and it was funny watching them because it was like, you know, it tasted different than mom, you know. um, but they took to it pretty well. They took to it pretty well. So
Yep. That's good. They'll start getting all round and big,
they're
quick.
they're already round. Oh boy, yeah. I was like, I was chuckling the other day because I was like, wow, you guys are getting fat. It wasn't just, you know, put on a little bit of weight. You guys are getting fat. I felt bad about saying it, but at the same time, I was like, no, you're getting fat. But it's a good batch of pups. Very good. You know, normally I deal with a lot of loud at nighttime. You know, when it's bedtime. Um, uh, but you know, this batch has been really good about it. So, which I'm very pleased of.
Good.
Hey, Carl, I wanted to ask you about earlier when you were talking about the shipping thing. When you said that the ground is usually as much as priority these days, so with that flat rate, is that you think that might be the best way to go with anything over the 14 ounces? And when it comes to that 14 ounces, does it matter on the size for first class? Because like some of these things are like little boxes.
Yeah,
Little
that's what I was going to say. We have the little,
like see this, like this is one of the little boxes I was going to put in.
oh,
Like a little
jewelry box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's cute.
That's metal?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, being tarnished, I don't know if that's. I doubt it's silver or anything like that. It's from the '60s, I'm sure, '50s or '60s. There's some
That's
that are older,
awesome.
and then there's some that see now like this thing. This is funny because now this is the elephant. Now this little dude, you'd be surprised. This thing weighs almost. This is over a 6-pack. That little
Yeah,
bad boy is solid. Well, it's a cigarette dispenser. So these little prongs are what catches the thing right in the bottom, and what you do
Yeah.
is you wind its tail
And it
and it
drops down.
rolls it out.
Yeah.
how cool.
And I don't know how old that is because hell, that's copper. That's copper lined in there.
Yeah, it's probably 40s or 50s.
Yeah,
Yeah. So now I know that flat rate thing will be best for this because of the weight of it.
yes. Was the other one pewter or
It could be.
I don't know what it looked like?
Because that doesn't
Yeah.
sound like pewter.
Huh. Still cool. Elephant cool. That's, I don't know who you're sending those to, but they should appreciate them.
Well, I was going to do them in my little sale.
Oh, okay.
And then there's this one, little jewelry box.
Yep. That's neat.
Well, all I know is everything is at least from the 50s or 60s, just because I'm that old. So
Yeah, I need
uh,
to go through and do that too. Goodness.
here's one. So there's this. This is a little. Now this one, see, I don't know. I bet you somebody could look up this thing, and there's probably, I don't know how old this thing's going to be.
That looks like a potpourri pot.
No, it's a jewelry box type thing. It's musical.
Oh, right on.
So it's got a little trigger right here.
Oh, look at that.
Lines
Oh,
up. But the bowl, see how, I mean, that bowl is so.
yeah.
What
It's
got me about the bowl, I wish I could do it justice, but you just, I don't know. And if you know machining, there's shit you just notice on metal formation. You go, well, that's pretty unusual. I think that shit was hand done.
and it's shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for like rings or something probably. That is
Seeing the
cool.
moves. Yeah, and it's always, my whole life it's had this broken leg over here. So my whole life it's had this broken leg. It's got the little nail in it, and what you do is you can hook up the little eyelet over that. That's the way it's supposed to sit. But these are a little loose. I've never messed with it. Never wanted to tighten them up. Never jacked with it. It's little. I don't know what to do about that stuff.
Thank
See,
you.
like this little box. Here's another little container. It's this little deal, and it's got inside the lid, and then here it's got a little. I don't know. My mom had this little old tape measuring thing. It's a little old measuring. Look, you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
even tell what it was. It's so old.
My grandmother had one like that. I
Yeah,
think I got it.
the cloth is starting to wear out. And then you push the little button over here, and it rolls it up.
Yep.
So you do that and push this little button right here, and it rolls up. Anyway, there's that in this little container. So I was just kind of figured if
Cool.
I could, hey, sell that little stuff, try to raise it. All I know is I got to give me a few bucks. So what I could do. Oh, here's a cool little old bell. Check out this old bell. It's like a little person. It's got like little arms,
Oh, neat.
but it's a little bell.
That looks like something from Germany or somewhere
And
over
then
there.
I'm sure there's several female in here that know about the little good old blue china.
Yes. I've got
So
2 plates in my china cabinet.
there's the bell that goes with it.
Cool.
I don't know. We're trying to count for some stuff. That was a few things. There's a few more things over there. I got some little old people statues.
So you're going to auction those off on your channel?
Yes, ma'am. I'm probably about either Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe next week.
Cool. I mean, that's some good stuff. You should.
And then I got the recipe books too. So
Oh.
yes, you do. You need that mailing scale. Well, I guess I can figure out a way such stuff. I guess that's the cheapest way is if I mail it and then I got them boxes, which that's the flat rate boxes that I got. The other way, I got
Ooh,
them.
it's winter.
weigh them.
They're all black.
Are they?
Yeah. Oh, you're tall enough to poke your head up over. I see you, Mom.
There's Ridgeland.
Oh, there are times I wish the box was still right here so that people could see. But there are times that I'm really glad that they're in that back corner. It's yeah.
Yes.
But
Well, Kiss Off, it would probably help, but I doubt I'd get it in time. So, because I was hoping to do this Tuesday, and you figure Thursday is Thanksgiving, so I mean, nothing going to be happening for that.
Yep. So you're talking next week that you're going to be doing. Okay.
Yeah, I figure Tuesday. Then if it goes good, then I'll have still enough time to hopefully I'll be finished with the chicken tractor, at least to the part to where Jeremy and Nikki, because they were going to help me do the final parts to it when they bring the chickens, because they were spending the weekend.
Yeah. It's going to be fun.
I want to try to get hot water in the kitchen, so get the money, enough money I'm going to do the plumbing into the kitchen, which that's going to be simple enough because I don't care about the proper way. I just want hot water in the kitchen. So I'm going to proceed to take probably the E-swing hammer, and I'm going to go underneath that cabinet, and I'm going to look at that wall that goes from there over into that pantry where that water heater is, and I'm going to take that big old nice round head of that E-swing and go, I need a hot water line about right there. What? And then I'm going to do that on the other side of the wall, and then I'm going to poke that pipe through that hole and go, no, I'm going to tie this shit in. That's all I want is hot water. I don't give a shit about looks no.
Yeah, I blew my hot water heater out a few days ago. We had a freeze out here; it froze the whole line, and so yeah, I didn't recognize it right off the bat, and went in to turn on the water, and as soon as I walked in there, man, what a freaking fiasco that was. It's I have what's called a Camp Lux hot water heater. It's basically it's it's one that you would take to set up for an outdoor shower at a campground, and it was mounted on the outside of the building. And the thing was my intent was for it to be inside the building, have the line come up through the floor, and have the line feed in and then over to the sink. But they put it on the outside of the building because they didn't like the little bit of propane odor that came from the hot water heater. The thing is you're only in there to cook and to clean, and then you're out of there. It's not like you're hanging out in the kitchen or anything like that. So, you should have just listened to me and put it inside the building so it wouldn't have froze up. That would have been the smart thing. But no, it's they knew better than I did, yeah, not something that I'll let pass by again.
Right.
So I got I have a real small hot water heater. It's also it's a portable one. You can carry it around. You just hook a hose up to it and go from there. So I got to try and figure out how to incorporate that into the system and work from there. But it's frustrating.
We only had hot water in the bathtub ever since the last freeze last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's when all the pipes under the house, almost all of them busted. And matter of fact, the one line under the house, I have a faucet because it was the only piece of pipe, and I crawled myself under the house. And one piece of pipe I could find that I had with a coupler on it had a faucet already on the end, and I'm like, oh, shit. So I just blocked the one water line off with that one. So there's a valve under the house just dangling.
Yeah.
And then everything else got capped, and I still got to insulate. That's another thing. I got to insulate the one cold water that's in before this freeze shit starts happening again.
That's what I need to do when it warms up, is get everything winterized. Well, I only have one outside hydrant, and I know they used that PEX stuff underneath, and it's supposed to have some kind of heating to it somehow.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the
it's
flex.
a pipe wrap like thing.
I'm sorry.
Pipe wrap.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
saying
a. That's
25 dollars.
actually I took in my propane tanks. Have that pipe wrap on it, so when I hook up a propane tank to the generator, I just plug it into one of the outlets there on the front of the generator, and so the propane line doesn't freeze up on me. You know.
So I was wondering about that because it looks like I'm moving into my mom's travel trailer, and so the propane tanks, those lines need to be wrapped with something, or they will freeze.
Well, it's what it is okay. So I'm running a 7,500 watt Furman generator out here,
Hmm.
which, by the way, is probably going to end up cutting out. So if I end up disappearing, it's because that the tank that I hooked up last night finally ran out of fuel. Um, but what happens is the generator calls for a certain amount of propane, and when that is decreased, then uh, uh, then the line can freeze up. Because the generator is calling for more, and the propane is trying to feed to it so fast, and
Right.
it freezes the line. Now, on
Wait a
most
minute, are you
houses,
talking about your propane gas line freezing?
yeah, it's just
You
a
ain't got to
short.
worry about that down
It's
here.
maybe 5 or 6 feet long. You know,
That
uh,
might happen up there. It won't happen down here. You won't end up with no propane line freezing up down here.
yeah.
Oh,
It's because the generator is calling for more propane than what the tank is letting out. So I'm using these tall tanks. They're about I'd say they're about 3 to 3.25 feet tall.
Yeah.
I think they're called 100-pound tanks. Because they weigh about 100 pounds when they're full. Um,
Right.
and the line is only from the generator to the tank, which is about, I think, 5 feet. You know,
yeah.
and it's only a half-inch line. I could have gotten a 3/4 inch line, which would allow better propane flow, but then I would have burned through more. I would have burned through more propane. I wanted to, because I don't crank the generator on full. I set it
So
on half.
so your line freezes from that tank over to your generator. That
Right to the
your
generator, and then the
solid line
generator
will
starts
actually
coughing.
freeze right there, not at the fittings themselves, but in the actual line.
It's from the regulator that's on that line,
Yeah.
all the way to the generator will freeze up solid ice.
Oh wow,
It doesn't happen.
that's
It doesn't happen all the time. Every couple of weeks it happens. But you got to watch it, because if the generator continues to try and pull that propane and it's frozen like that, then you can warp ahead on the generator.
well, yeah, and I mean just the moisture that it's going in now, because once anything freezes, you have a moisture condensate of anything that's
Yep.
thawing. So that's
Yeah.
what froze was the actual
So what
H2O
I
part.
did. So this generator does natural gas, propane, or gasoline. So now, if that happens, I filled up the gas tank part of it. However, I don't run it on gasoline. I run it on the propane. But if the line freezes up, I'll disconnect the line, from the propane tank, and then I'll fire up the generator, and because it gets that little coughing, thing going on,
The air
because
going.
because it's not getting the propane that it wants, and the propane that's going in is super super cold. So I'll take and I'll switch it over to gasoline and fire it up, and it clears it right out. But I got to take the air filter little thing. There's a little air filter thing on the side. I undo the box, and I pull out the 1 inch thick foam that's there, to that's the filter, and it coughs for for a second, and yeah, I'm totally off the grid, Sharon.
I gotta
And
say, I would look into where you're getting your tanks filled, because to be honest,
I
just
fill my
working
tanks
on a
right here.
natural gas platform out in the Gulf of
Yeah.
Mexico, pumping this shit inland for a
Oh
few
no,
years,
no.
you
I
don't
I
have moisture
I
in
fill
that
my
gas
tanks right here.
line. But if they're pumping in too much liquid in your tank, then that's where you're going to end up with some kind of liquid that's going to freeze in that line. But
Yeah.
naturally,
I
propane
fill
and
my tanks
gas.
right here. I have a 2,000 gallon tank that has a nipple thing on it, so I can fill my own tanks here.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Because my propane tank's all the way on one side of the property, but the generator's on the other side.
Well,
So yeah,
because you're getting more condensate in there than you should be. So it's
oh,
either in your big
absolutely,
tank or when you're transferring over.
yeah. Well, plus it's the idea that with this rain that we get here in Oregon, and then a freeze comes, the entire tank can be completely wrapped in ice. The whole big 2,000 gallon tank can be completely wrapped in ice.
Yeah.
So up where the thing is on the top for telling you how much propane is in there, and then there's the fill valve for when the propane guy comes out, and then there's a pressure release valve and stuff like that. I keep that completely covered. I have I put a moving blanket over the top of that, and then I wrapped it with a with a uh, uh, with a tarp, you know, so that at least that's not freezing up, because I would be, I don't want any damage done to it. The tank's been good to me, so, but a 2,000 gallon tank is basically 3.5 months of power out here.
Oh, my
So,
goodness.
oh yeah, it's 3.5, so which is, but this is the thing. My last electric bill was 12 grand. Okay, my
Good
last
grief.
electric bill was $12,000. They switched me from one type of plan to another type of plan. Did not inform me that they were switching my plan. It was like agriculture. They switched me from agricultural 1 to agricultural 3 commercial. So they were charging me commercial rates for a medical, a private medical grow, you know, and oh yeah,
Wow.
my bill went from 4,500 to 5,500 a month to over $12,000 in that final month, and I was like, the hell with this. I said absolutely no way. I mean, it
Yeah.
was bad enough that they installed my transformer and everything in a flood zone.
Yeah.
I have this big transformer down here that's sitting right in the middle of a flood zone, and this whole area down here where this building is, we can get 6 to 8 feet of water down here. So if
Wow.
I wasn't running a generator, then I wouldn't be putting any of the water that's coming down out of here. But I got 3 generators or 3 pumps running, this office running, and the refrigerator and freezer, off of the generator. So
Yeah.
it's doing pretty good. If we were up on the hill, I wouldn't be having half of the problems that we have. But it's where they installed it. My H board's right on the other side of this wall right here, and that should have been up on the hill. Over $100,000 worth of electrical equipment right on the other side of this wall, and they screwed us. They screwed us. They were told that this was a flood zone, and so they have a planning department for the electrical company that comes out and they look at the schematics for the land, the survey and whatever. But it clearly stated flood zone on the map that they were given, and that's right where they had to put the transformer. So I've gone through 3 transformers in 7 years. Okay, at a minimum cost of the farm itself of 21 grand, while the electric company takes the rest of it. Okay, and it never should have happened. I've talked to multiple attorneys. you know, all of them got their hands into all of them got their hands into this, the making money off of energy here in Oregon and everything. So nobody wants to battle these guys. PG&E is they are a big, um, they're they're I would almost have to call them robber barons.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only way to even think about it. You know, so I'll live off the grid. I don't care. You know, so it works for me. You
That's
know,
good.
the dogs are taken care of. I'm taken care of. That's all that matters. I don't have anything else, or I'm not responsible for anybody else. I only got us to take care of, and until we're out of here. But the people who bought the land a couple of months back, they come. I think it was the 50, somewhere between the 15th and the 20th of December. They arrive. Now they want me to stay, but I told them the only way that I would even consider staying would be if everything was moved, all the buildings, all the greenhouses, everything up on top of the hill. But they want to build big garages up there, and so it's not going to happen. So
Yeah.
so I have a couple of buildings that I'm going to get sold off before I go, and I'm going to get the rest of the greenhouses sold that I want to sell. 2 of the greenhouses are going with me. The other 3 will get sold, and all the lights and equipment and everything that's inside them. It comes all one complete kit. So it gives them the ability to for somebody to come out. Disassemble a greenhouse. And if they disassemble it themselves, then they know how to put it back together. Shoot video, take pictures, everything all the way down the line. Make yourself a map on how to put it back together. Take it home, put it up. And the buildings I got. I got a 14 by 28 building that looks like a little. They're all 25 by 40. Sharon. And well, except for the big one. The big one is 110 by 35.
Wow.
So, but I'm taking 2 of the 25 by 40s with me. One's going to be for pre-setting plants for planting outdoors. One of them is going to be for cannabis, and there's already a greenhouse at the new place, which is going to be our fruits and vegetables, greenhouse. So
That's good.
yeah. So, so we'll be providing our own medical cannabis. We'll be providing our own fruits and vegetables. And we'll have starter plants. I'm not going to be doing clones and stuff. I mean, I went from a 4x6 closet being homeless to being on a 30-acre farm. Okay. And I did that over many years of working in the industry. I set my mind to it, and and I achieved it. And
That's
it's
amazing.
like, yeah, it was, it's somebody let me use their closet. And first it was because I wanted to get a phone. They said, well, you do really good at making clones for us. Why don't you sell some? Then they saw how good the quality was and everything else. And I had a phone then. And then it was, well, maybe, you should look into getting an apartment. Because I was living up in Zigzag, which is at the base of Mount Hood. I was dealing with 3, 4, 5 foot snowfalls outside my tent. And it was just me and Barron at the time. We did good. I'd hike down, hop on the bus, ride down into Portland, go in, take care of the plants, make some money. Go and buy my food on my way back out there, and I was content. By the end of the first year, I was in a 2-bedroom apartment. Able to pay the rent, no problem. And I did that for almost 5 years there. I saved up everything that I possibly could, no wasteful spending or anything like that. And went to a 4-acre farm, and then from there to a 30-acre farm.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and it was all worth it. It's just these last 2 years have literally killed our business.
Yeah.
Because we weren't selling buds, we were selling plants that people take home and grow themselves. You know, it was the idea of providing a patient with the medicine that they needed for their specific illness, and to and to not be greedy about it. Because you walk into a dispensary, you could pay anywhere between 40 to a couple of $100s for a little 6-inch plant or smaller, and you don't know if it's going to work for your seizures or your diabetes or your pain management or your or your cancer and all these other things. We wanted to give people the ability to get what they needed, not just what everybody else wanted.
Right. Goodness.
Yep.
I just can't imagine that electric bill. Mine's 90 something. I would just heart attack. That's it. Once I even saw it. That is insane.
Yeah.
So it's not a co-op or that you're on.
No. It's this could very easily be converted into a co-op. There's 30 acres here, and I'm only using 3 acres of it.
Right.
I'm only using 3 acres out of the 30. We came here. We came here with investors that had a budget of $5.5 million, and the guys who ripped us off for that $5.5 million, they still haven't been prosecuted. They have been taken into court for to be sued, but I didn't have the kind of money to join that lawsuit to go after them to get my money back. I had enough to keep this place going. So when they were removed from the property, I got to keep the property. And it's and like I said, the property was just recently sold. The new people come out in December, and I'm going to be glad to be out of here. Honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I really am, because I don't want to. I don't ever want to have to deal with an electric company like this again, or even the water. The water board out here is ridiculous as well. We have a creek that has a consistency of 3.5 feet of water that runs through the property, but I can't take water out of it. I have no water rights on this property.
What?
Even though the creek runs through the property, we have no water rights, so I've got to pay the county for water. And most of the time it comes in either smelling like chlorine or it comes in smelling like poop, one or the other, and yep.
Oh, I saw that kiss off, by the way.
And is that a state regulation or county?
It's a well, you mean for the water rights?
Yes.
You've got to battle the state and the county in order to get your water rights here.
Wow.
But the people who are coming in, they got millions. They can fight for it.
Yeah.
They can fight for it. I don't have that kind of money, so I've just bided my time. My water bill when I was completely filled with plants. And we had a cycle of plants going, and I had, we of course had our own medical plants up on the hill. Our average bill at the max was about $400 a month. But now it's down to $58 a month now. It's a basic flat rate right now. $58 a month because I'm not running any plants. It's just me and the dogs. But you can't collect rainwater here. We have a spot where a pond could be dug.
Yes.
With absolutely no problem and without causing any damage to the property whatsoever. But the county won't let us do it because we're not willing to pay the county out of our ass in order to get approval for these things. It's a big money making scheme, and it
is.
You know,
I can't collect rainwater either where I'm at.
Yep.
And that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a $500 fine minimum per 50-gallon drum of per 50-gallon drum of water that you collect.
Yep.
Not Blackwatch.
And that's why we started home.
Yep.
Fighting the battles, because the ordinances that I actually saw that question on Facebook today from someone local that if the city was doing whatever they said they were it was dumpsters, that we had to use only one dumpster provider, and they said, well, if that's a city thing, that's BS, and
Well, that's what they have out here.
we're
We
going
have
to dig into that.
yeah, there's a company out here called Recology, and they're the only ones allowed to do dumpsters out here.
Yep. And but so an ordinance, though, that's not a law. That's just them telling you. I have a letter from the police department here because my granddaughter was in a wreck, and instead of paying the pound to store the car, we had it brought here to my house so the agent could come and take pictures like normal insurance agents do.
Yep.
And the police department, I instantly get a letter. You have this wrecked car in your driveway and it's an eyesore. And then they started listing off all these city ordinances. Well, I've just totally ignored it because come knock on my door and tell me this.
Yep.
Is there gonna...
So you must live in a city.
Well, it was not, and then they annexed us in because they want that extra tax money. So they made the city limits out further in all directions. And what's weird though is city limits is like this big square or circle or whatever. Right in the middle of it, there's 40 acres that is county. But do you know why? Richest people in town.
There's something similar to that in the town not far from me, and it's actually for shit over a decade. He used to intentionally piss him off. He always kept one horse in this pen because he owned these 3 lots right in the center of town, and his family had owned that land way back at the beginning of the creation of the town. So his shit was always grandfathered in. So as they started passing these things, and it would just go, and then they started doing some crazy little ordinances. And so for his way to get back is he would go and he'd put a horse in that square and it would hang out for weeks. And he'd just go by and feed it. And he used to piss him off because it was like, no, they didn't want the cattle right in downtown. And he just laughed. But that was because his stuff was grandfathered in. Some people see had that money. There's another benefit to having that property in the old days. And as it rolled forward, your family would maintain grandfathered rights from the original times. Mm-hmm. But as people bounce around and you bounce into a new area, well, you just jumped in a new pool. You don't know how that water is.
Yep.
You got to feel your way out. And see, now here where I'm at in that county, there is no, because it sounded like you can only, like, one, I can have whatever the hell I want in my yard. Hell, I can go out there and create a damn fence with a damn stack of junk cars if I wanted to. It might piss people off. There ain't a damn thing anybody can do about it. And, we don't have a certain dumpster thing you got to use. We actually have a county dumpster that you can go by and throw your stuff in, or you can sign up for trash service. And then see, like the electric, we're on the co-op. So we're not customers, we're members.
Yeah.
We're shareholders.
Yeah. My county's pissed off because of the fact that there was never a house built on this property. we have all these buildings that are on skids, and as long as these buildings are on skids or on wheels, they can't tax us for them.
Oh wow.
They're movable things. You know,
Yep.
they're portable.
Portable.
So they can't tax you for them, and they're pissed off because of that. And they can't tax you agriculturally for the greenhouses. You know, so I was paying the same tax today that I was paying 7 years ago. No increase, but all my neighbors that have been like building houses and everything else, they're up around $7, $8, $9,000 a year for taxes and everything else because they build permanent structures. All my buildings are all movable. Hook it onto, hook it up, pull it up onto the back of a trailer and move it. You know, or hook a tractor up to it because it's got the big eye bolts on the ends on the skids. You just hook up to those and use a tractor, drag it anywhere you want. You know, as long as there's no foundations, or poured concrete for you to set it on, then they can't do anything. They're not happy about it.
Yeah.
But the people who are coming in, they are building a house, and they're building pole barn like garages that they're going to put in and stuff like that. So they're going to be paying out of their ass, because we're right in the heart of what's considered Buell of Polk County, and so they'll go from it's $2,400 a year, probably up to I would say probably around $9,000 to $12,000 a year in taxes with what they're planning on building.
Goodness. Well, that must be why I bought the property first. It's only half an acre. And so I was going to put a travel trailer on it until I got built what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Can't do that. And I was like, what? Even though when you go into town, right across the street from the courthouse is a beat up old Airstream with like, it looks like hula grass skirting. I don't know what you call it. And that's been there for 5 years. So I used that whenever they told me that, and they said, no, it's only temporary. Well, since then, it's been turned into a bed and breakfast. Here, it's, if you have money, you can do what you want. If you don't,
Yep.
It's a no.
Yep. Yeah, they don't want to see you come in and build and succeed. They want to see you come in and pay and succeed. Period.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame. Well, listen, I'm going to jump off here. I have not eaten dinner yet. I've got to go cook me up some cheeseburgers.
Oh, well,
Right on.
that sounds like a good breakfast dinner.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
I mean, not breakfast dinner, birthday dinner.
Yeah. It's quick and easy. It's got the grill out there. So, all right, you kids have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, and you guys have an awesome night. Just have it.
You too. I
Keep
hope you had a good birthday.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Have a happy birthday, bud.
Thanks.
I love the way she puts that. So, like, that's an honor. Isn't
like
it?
a valedictorian type thing.
Valedictorian, salutatorian, any kind of honor awards, they get the.
Or one of them banners that they put around your neck,
Yeah. You sure you're not from the South? Because or we're rubbing off on her.
See, that's that damn Fetterman talk right there.
Oh, wow. That's a good idea. Andy Jack said.
Yeah. See, the one thing though, I could see that up until I realized what was happening and what everybody was doing, and then it's like, well, hey, I know. Why don't we kind of like just change the people in there so that we can get rid of this stupid tax law?
Yes.
So it's almost, but then it's just it's kind of like I look at a lot of criminals. A lot of criminals will actually put more effort into breaking the law than just like getting a job, earning the money, and then buying that. And it's like, see,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes the thinking isn't always there.
It's way easier to just go take somebody else's than it is to earn it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's sad that that's the mentality that it's come to. But what I can't understand is these senseless killings. That is just really bothering me. The uptick. It's like daily, hourly. I just saw one earlier posted in chat. I didn't see the whole thing, but there was a shooting at a Walmart.
Yeah, that's the desensitization of the value of life. It's it's
Yes.
not it's not recognized. My God, that's look at the whole abortion thing. It's just
Yep.
won't even consider. Let's just talk about safe sex or anything like that. Let's just go ahead and this is
And most,
about a life. It's like wow, the loss of life.
most of the people they're catching are like 22. 22 seems to be the 18 to 22.
The generation that
And I don't get it. My grandkids, oh my goodness, their butts would be so red they wouldn't be able to sit down for, not even that. It haul them to jail. They didn't. That's consequences. The, they need to know consequences. And do they? Well, most of them don't even make it out of there, or they do themselves in. But some of them they've been arresting.
well, it's you look at the upbringing. What was
Yes.
what was the childhood of that person like? And people that they'll say, "Oh, well, no, they were from a good home just because the mom and dad had a job," but that doesn't mean that they were participating in that kid's life because that's what I think happens nowadays. They just kind of you have a kid and they're kind of like injected into this the flow of this system that's already in place. So instead of people changing the system that they had going. And when they were, oh, I'm going to be bringing a laugh in. Okay, now that needs to change to adapt to this. Instead, it's like they just reach over and get it and go, see where you can fit into here. And some make it, some don't. And it's like, what the hell happened? But then you kind of watch the media and you listen to the music and lyrics. And then, now with the introduction of social media and you watch, you kind of go, oh, yeah. I mean, look at all the TikTok videos. And,
I know it. Do you think
how
the video
sad.
games have anything to do with it? I
Not
mean,
really. I mean,
the
because
blood's
my kids
flowing
played it.
everywhere.
No, my son was little, and whenever I used to beta test games after I would be done doing like actually recording errors and flaws that I would find, and then to just random play, and my son would be sitting there playing most of these games, chatting with
Yeah.
the guys that I was testing it with.
Well, and
But
that's
it's
my daughter.
the
She was.
message, it's the message you give them. If all
That's
you
true.
did was give them that and then go here, interpret this and figure this out on your own, yeah, shit's going to go south because the shit that they're fixing to hear in that headset is most of the drive. It ain't the video game, it's the shit that's in that lobby and in that.
See, and I don't know about the upbringing though. I mean, yes and no. It's, I guess, as long as there's that one person in your life. Well, and too, I always felt the tug to go to a church. I can remember I may have been 7 walking to a church just to go to a church. So I don't know why that was. The pull, I guess. I was feeling it. But at home, the home life, it was horrible. And it was a stepfather, a mother, 3 brothers. You know, mama cooked all the food. It was, to the outside world, it looked normal, and it was so far from it. But so I think I sit and I look back at me and I think, okay, after going through all that, and I'm telling you, it was pure hell that no child should go through. And it wasn't just me, it was all 4 of us kids. And, and then there were a bunch of things after that. And once I turned 18, got out of the house and everything, I just made a choice. It was just, my kids will not grow up with any of that crap happening. I will kill somebody. It won't happen. And my grandmother is the one who taught me the morals and values, and she was always reading scriptures, and she's the one who gave the love. I I think that's a big, huge part of it, is, are these kids feeling loved?
Well, they're going to go where they're going to feel whatever they perceive as love, what they
Right.
perceive
Because,
as a care. That's where they're
yeah,
going to gravitate to. It's no different than Linus
and
with his
that's
blanket or a kid with a teddy bear, or it's what they find comfort
yeah.
in.
Because I've even heard
But
these gangs, they sit there and they say that, they do this initiation that's horrible, but they tell them, now you're part of a family. And so they feel like they have that bond where these people are going to protect them no matter what.
a lot of
So,
that, I mean, yes and no. I mean, yeah, that's that's a very complicated kind of description, but it's real easy because it's the narrative's been set. We painted a whole picture with the whole little rap industry that lifestyle was really cool.
so,
That was a way. Then we also incorporated that with kids that didn't have anybody they could talk to, felt open with. They would start to gravitate towards that. You know, you took to your
don't talk
grandmother
to
because you were
strangers.
had a uncomfortable scenario, and that was the one comfort spot you had. So that's why you got to that. That's why I don't ever blame. It's not so much the TV as it is nowadays. It is now. This is direct message. I mean, my God, they're showing the most crap on there. But before it was, it's like I'm growing up. I saw the Western shoot 'em ups, the gunfight at the OK Corral and shit, and you
Right.
watch all this stuff and you never, but that, I also went to school with, a damn rifle on my back window and, you know,
Yes.
so
But
it
you
just,
never thought about, the thought never
that's
even
because
crossed your
society,
mind.
music didn't come out that way. Movies weren't putting that out. Radio wasn't talking about that. You didn't watch nightly shows saying, hey, this is really cool. None of the music you listened to told you that, hey, slap this chick on the butt and let's go pop a cap in somebody. You never heard that kind of shit.
No.
And so you never saw those actions. But once you started hearing more of that and then seeing the videos and then seeing movies directed toward that type of lifestyle, and this perpetuated, and next thing you know, you've got more prostitution, more abortion, more gang violence, and basically it's all the same moral images that you're seeing in all this. Why? Because that becomes the normalcy.
That's sad.
That's not atrocious anymore. Can you imagine if you were to reach back into like 1970, 1972? This is 2022. Go back 50 years. So
Mm-hmm.
1972 and go, hey, you, tap, tap, tap. Come on, we're going to the future real quick. I want to show you something. Boom. Don't even have to take them outside. Just sit them down, turn on a 65-inch TV and go, check this out. Click and just start going through channels.
Or just
And
watch the
then just
news.
give that a couple hours and then go, okay, we're going back. Take him back and let him try to process what the hell the bullshit he just saw.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's wrong, because you don't have parents being an actual parent that says, wow, I'm going to go work. But when I get done with the work, my next priority is to involve myself in my home life where my family is. So it becomes, stopping here, got to run out here, or when you get there, well, let's go to eat. So everybody's got to, there's no focus. There's no family, there's no unity. Well, that message has now been dissolved because that picture hasn't been repetitively painted over and over like it had been from the founding of our country up until just within the last 60 to 70 years. It was based off of family unity,
Yeah.
which translated over into community, because you get a community when you have a bunch of families living around each other because they understand the unifying part.
Yes.
When
You
you
see
have a
it.
bunch of people living in an area that aren't families, you don't end up with a community. You end up with a herd of people.
Yeah.
And I totally skipped Chad. I looked over there. I wasn't sure if Kiss Off was sitting there poking at me some more. She really has been poking buttons, but she means well.
Yeah. What she described, that was uh, that was me in 1987, 88. And that's when I know I was born again.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. And I know that a lot of that, when you hear about all these projects and acts and all the stuff, it, it was planned. It's obvious it was planned to do that to the homes, to the people.
Well, I mean, on a biblical perspective, it's just that's the devil doing the devil. I mean,
Yes.
anything to break down, you know, anything related to God, he would promote the opposite. That's,
Yep.
and I guess that's how I simplify so much, because instead of digging too deep, you see the nefarious, the evilness of somebody, and it's not a group per se, as it is. This is the evilness that exists in the world. This is the evil that the Bible talks about. This is the evilness of men. This is lawlessness. Is sin. Lawlessness
Night.
is the action. That's the problem. No, John, get you some rest, sir.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't know that. I will will say, I don't know, have you heard about the Brazil's Got talent thing?
No.
Oh
Talent?
Lord. So over in Brazil,
I
they
know they're
have
all in
like,
the streets.
well, they have a show over there like America's Got Talent. They have one called Brazil's Got Talent.
Uh-huh.
They had a person up there. You just have to listen to this because you're not going to mishear what I'm saying. Just
Okay.
I'll say it twice just so you know that, oh, that is what I thought I heard. So during this competition, they had what they said was a singer. This person was a trans male to female, deaf, mute, and the song that they supposedly were singing was Whitney Houston
I
song.
saw that.
Then, because that wasn't bad enough, whenever they go off the stage, there's actually a reporter who acts like they're interviewing them and actually ask a question in words and gets the same response and just holds that mic like they totally understand what's being said, like this is a legitimate answer to the question.
Oh
And
my
it's just
goodness.
to watch that play, it's like, wow, what, man, because whoever even promoted that is about as evil as can be.
Yes.
I just, because that wasn't even like remotely close.
Mm-hmm.
That was just straight up, I don't know. That
Didn't
was just,
Abbott do something about that too? Where didn't he do something about that too? Where it's considered child abuse now if they try to push that before they're 18 years old.
well, I think they did something in the school board. I know they haven't done anything as far as statewide because Hell Temple just got through having drag queen party over there at what's that? It's a damn restaurant called the Fajita King or some shit.
Yes.
And it's like, holy crap. Oh, and see, and there's where people need to understand. This is why people need to stop getting so wound up on really outside shit and focus on closer to home stuff because it's like that. That happened in that town, and the main majority participants weren't even from there. It was because the restaurant owner got
Allowed.
was all about that kind of life and decided, hey, well then I'll just bring it here. The rest of that town was not okay with that.
Right.
So that's where a town speaks up. And then that won't happen anymore because then you can pass what you want to keep that from happening.
I think that it's child abuse if it's, well, even older than 18, but still any parent that could do that to their child.
Oh yeah, that's well see, and then even to consider the fact that you're gonna go against science. I mean,
Yes.
and then to even engage, see, because there's where I'm just that kind of ass. When there's nobody at an age level that I'm going to accept going, you don't understand biology because it's like it's like I know by your age you understand biology because maybe within the last 10 years, schools might not have really been pushing that very much. But before that, yeah, biology was still a class. So, and if you're in your 40s, I know damn well at some point you saw a fucking frog, so you know damn well what the hell biology is. So, because we all did. Pardon my
Yes. It's
because
a,
it's just basic facts. You know, you just go, anyway, it's kind of like there's no way I could look at somebody like myself and go, "Oh, you mean so you really you don't understand the science and biology?" It's like, what? Man, don't talk to me like that. I know perfectly well you know what you're saying is full of shit.
Well, I can remember, you know, having to go into Austin every so often that wants to stay weird. I mean, I knew that men dressed up like women, and I knew that men would be hitting on them thinking they were women and they weren't. But as far as going as far as the surgeries and stuff, that was never heard of until I don't know what, the past 5 years or so.
Oh no. They actually found documents from Boston University. Apparently, this shit kind of goes back a little ways to like 2014, 2016.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Some lady I was watching, I think it was that Redacted show. And there was a lady that did free information to the Boston hospital. And she got this response and started going through it and started seeing emails that talked about them doing upper surgery, lower surgery on kids under 18, and that they weren't even like a medical necessity. So it was just,
That's horrible.
yeah,
I saw a woman call in. I think she was just calling to see what they would say and said that her, I can't remember if it was like 8-year old, 9-year old child had already had the upper and wanted to get the lower. Did this place do that? And they said, yes, sure. And we can set you up for an appointment. And she was like, for that age? And they said, yes. And and it was for a hysterectomy. And they said, uh, so you would do that on that age of a child? Yes. Okay. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever done younger? Yes. Can't give any details, but yes. And I was like,
yeah,
unreal. Absolutely. My friend that I've been friends with for 40 years, she had two kids. That's all she wanted, boy and a girl, two kids. And she had to like go all over the place looking for a doctor that would just tie her tubes so she could have no more kids. That they will do a hysterectomy on a child now for no reason at all whatsoever,
yeah.
medically. It just I just cannot grasp all this. My head's just not made for this.
Well, see, and that's what's happening. And I gotta say, it's just like some names came out apparently, and I won't say that one lady's name that went to court and got found guilty for several things, even though her partner seemed to have done himself in, even though he was all by himself in the cell. Somehow he did some miraculous shit. He's not here no more, but
Mm,
that'll let you know who I'm talking about. But I will say I've heard that
yes,
her name is apparently part of the algorithm, so you don't even want to say it
right.
because apparently that can get you hit. So, but anyway, here lately, some of those names have been released off of that list, and one of them was this millionaire guy, and but the name, and I want to say it was like Fizzer or some little weird name, and apparently they're up there like a Rothschild, type deal, only they're just not as known. And
Yeah.
but this family, and apparently like part of this, one of this little family members, I can't remember if it's a mayor or a governor or some shit, and I might have been in New Jersey. He's a little heavy set dude, And well, then there's this guy. Only now it's supposedly is a her now. But one of these family members was a guy in the army. I think pretty decorated. Got out, was even made an honorary colonelship, and then flipped script and is now her. And
Oh my
from the way
goodness.
the story was, that's one of the wealthiest trans in the world. And they apparently make it a point to dump into all the rhetoric. So there's a lot of your funneling right there.
Yep.
The push. Hey, Dean.
Awkward Texans, Deanna.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I love
Hello.
that font.
I know. Excuse me.
Oh, hey, Dean. The 10th. That's the weekend. The 10th and the 11th. That's the chicken weekend.
Yep.
I'm gonna make a post on my community page. I just gotta figure out. Huh? Look, Deanne got that right. Awkward says, "Oh damn, she erased it. She had it right. It was a cuss off because it was hey cuss off." And it was like, "Yep, she got that right."
Did you see that what D Dog put? That the first one was done in 38,
Yeah, 1938. Yeah. Oh, look at there. For sure, don't you know?
Willie D.
Who the D? Don't you know? For sure.
See if Willie wants to come up.
Believe it. Next year it is.
He did
One
once.
is the governor of Illinois, another owns the Hyatt shade. There you go. That's the guy believing got it. So the one whose main name was on there is the guy who owns the Hyatt chain, family guy, and then one of the family people is the governor of Illinois, and it's the Pritzker family.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I read something about that. The Hyatt chain. Yeah.
yeah. But see, and there was hundreds of thousands of dollars he spent trying to keep his name, and it finally wheezed it on out.
Yep. Crazy.
Piss off with the bite me again. So violent, so violent. Dang, cuss off. I mean, kiss off. Oops. For sure. Don't you know?
Oh,
You see what's what he said watching
is it?
oh, he's watching that Virginia Walmart deal.
Yep. Is it still going on?
Oh, is it still an active thing? I thought it was like an over deal.
I said watching a live.
You got a DM. Either way you want to go or both.
Oh, Annie, I put the link. I can't grab it. Yeah, that Colorado thing, that didn't add up. I think it was that one.
Let's see. Okay, the shooter was confirmed dead just after midnight, so apparently it must have just
Goodness.
wrapped up.
Yeah.
11:14 is when this was published. It was updated at 12:11, so it was 30, what, 35 minutes ago, 36 minutes ago, thereabout.
Gosh. I don't know where Josh has been, Kiss Off. I've been kind of wondering the same thing.
He come by this morning.
Oh, did he?
Hmm.
Oh, that's right. I said hello to him in your chat. But usually he wants to come on panel.
Yeah, I don't
And I
know.
haven't seen him in my chat tonight. But I came on, well, no, it was 8:30. He may
No,
be with family for Thanksgiving.
this is true. Um, so it says Chesapeake, Virginia. There was a shooting inside a Chesapeake Walmart on Tuesday night involving multiple fatalities and injuries, according to the Chesapeake Police Department. It happened inside the Walmart on Battlefield Boulevard. Leo Kowinski,
Oh, my goodness.
something like that anyway. Good old
Thanks.
Leo. A spokesperson with the department said within 45 minutes after arriving at the scene, police found multiple fatalities. While he couldn't give an exact number of victims, Kozinski said he believes it to be less than 10. Kozinski said it appeared to be a single shooter. Police officers are still investigating inside the Walmart. However, the shooter was confirmed dead at just after midnight. No further information has been released at this time. We will update the story as soon as we learn more.
Oh, my gosh. We have a Walmart 25 miles away. And my friend, the one I was talking about a while ago of 40 years, she was inside there when someone came in and started shooting. And um, I don't think anybody was shot. She was in the dog food aisle, so she was curled up in the dog food bags. And
Dang.
um, she got to where this was like probably 15, 20 years ago that happened. And you never hear of that around here. But and I didn't even know about it until she told me. And so, but about 4 or 5 years ago, she started when she would go into Walmart, she would have panic attacks. And she was like, I don't understand this. This is driving me crazy. And I was like, I guess just now hitting you, but when you're in something like that, it's gonna, because she
Oh,
started
yeah.
going by herself. And when that happened, she was with her husband, but they've divorced since then. He passed away, but she started going by herself, and that's when she started having the panic attacks when she'd go in.
You get PTSD. I mean, it's an event, and
Yes,
you
yes.
gotta process it, and it'll affect you.
That's when I went to that trauma course.
Good night, Sharon.
They said you can see it, hear it, hear about it, or there was three things. You can be involved in it, you can hear about it, or you can one other thing. I don't know. And they said that you can get PTSD just from that, just from hearing about it, even. And it was kind of weird though, because in the trauma class, they made everybody tell what their trauma was. And I thought, well, wouldn't that just be adding on to everybody else's? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the hearing part. I guess that would depend on the person.
Yeah.
Definitely seeing it. Seeing it,
Yeah.
sometimes people will shut down, I mean, instantaneously. And it's like, and it's kind of really weird. I've seen
That's
people
what
that
it
will
is.
just lock right up. They won't process a millisecond of some tragic event. The minute their brain starts to acknowledge this is really bad, it just goes, okay, stop.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was involved in it, see it or hear it.
Not Chrissy. Get you some rest, man.
Not Chris Cat. I'm not sure all for his kingdom. Do you know if he finished the desk?
That I don't know.
I
Let
don't
me
either.
let me look and see it. I think it might be playing for all I know. Nope. It's a refresh. No, he might be with just
Yes.
like it with family for the Thanksgiving week.
Yeah. He might be at his aunt's or something. Um, Echo said smells can trigger it too. Yes, they can. It smells or even just something someone says. It can be just little innocent the way somebody looks, anything. Hey, Andy.
Hey, Andy, what's up, sis? Actually, believing in South
Oh
Texas rescue,
no.
it is reported that the shooter was a manager.
Good grief.
Mm-mm-mm.
Was her name Dorinda? I'm joking. That's a bad joke. No. She goes off about Walmart pretty bad. Dorinda wouldn't do that.
Where's she been? I hadn't seen her.
I don't know.
Mm-mm-mm. Stay with that. Mm-mm-mm. And then she came in reporting on the dead like oh, she's on From Uppbeats.
Garrett, you
Watch
got a
out there.
secret admirer.
Right. It sounded kind of like a trying to get your attention kind of admirer too. Oh, she's been on Shane's. Okay.
Oh, bless your
I
heart,
think
kiss.
that's it. Oh yeah, they're leaving you clues, Garrett. And the last one being now green with some glitter might be that it's slowly escalating, so you might be soon to know.
Good night,
Hey,
believe.
night, believe. Get you some rest.
Yep. Garrett, does Virginia live close to you? I could see her playing that joke. The things people have been through. God bless them.
Now, damn, I gotta go to streaming.
Do what?
Well, I was reading, I was trying to look up to see what she said, and then all of a sudden she gets to taking stuff away, and it's like,
Yeah.
then I couldn't see what she said. So I'm gonna have to go to the StreamYard chat where what she erased won't matter. I can read it anyway. So now,
I don't know, Garrett. Look at Ridge Runner. Hope it's a she.
oh goodness, kiss off. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Isn't that horrible?
Which we talked.
I just can't imagine that. Yeah, I need to call my daddy. He'll send me a text every so often. All this with Mama's been
Sure, yeah.
on the phone with doctors all day, and I needed this tonight.
There you go. I miss my parents. I can say that. Kind of
Yeah.
a weird feeling when your parents are gone.
Well, my dad's never been around. He and my mother divorced when I was a year old, and I didn't even
Yeah.
get to know him till I grew up. And then, right when we started building a relationship, he moved off to Japan and then Turkey. And I don't know, about 7, 8 years ago, he came back with lung cancer. They had told him he had a week to live, and God blessed him. He got over it, cancer free, living in Florida. We thought he would stay here and be close to family. Nope.
There you go. Yeah, there's something about it. I don't know. Hadn't really talked to my dad in years. Well, when I got the call, I made the drive all the way up there, and I saw him, and that was kind of like a light little reality of the finalization. And then when my mom died, that was like the second thing because I don't know. To be honest, for me, it was like I now knew that I was alone because my parents were now gone. I'm all that's now it's just me and Underland, and kind of feels weird when you realize that you're now up front all by yourself.
And I think that's what Mama's been preparing me for, because she's always been like, I'm the matriarch and y'all have to do what I say. And um, now it feels like it's being passed down for real. Like, because that's the way I always kind of thought of it. My mother and I didn't have a relationship until about 10 years ago. And so I was just, yeah, raise my kids the way I want to raise them, and make sure that they know what love is and hugs are and I love yous. And just wanted them to have a completely different life, even without a father around.
Well, it's a, you know, no, there's just something kind of a final feeling. And plus, that was a reality too. Is you kind of there was something about that. It's like anything you wanted to say. It's a final thing now. Options are off the table. So the postponement, procrastinating, and all of a sudden that felt a lot different because then it was kind of I didn't have a lot of guilt, but I felt some sadness that I didn't talk to him sooner
Yeah,
and kind of just on a neutral ground kind of. Now my mom, there was definitely plenty of stuff, but the last 9 days I took care of her. Well, we didn't talk about it. I just made it up.
yeah,
Everything around here just seemed like freaking paradise, and that was the goal. So it wasn't to bring up nothing or rehash nothing. It was everything was a perfect world for 9 days. That was that.
yeah. That's why
Wish
I'm
we had.
doing this now. I want to spend every minute I can with her before that does happen. Because, and I don't, I don't hold any grudges against her or anything. I don't blame her for anything. She blames herself a lot. She's constantly saying, "I know I wasn't a good mother," and what do you say to that? It's
You
kind of true, but
well, and that's
I just tell her, "Mom, I'm still here. Look at your grandkids; they're doing good. It's all good."
well, and she owns up to something. Then you can acknowledge that and then actually follow it up, with the forgiveness that that
Yeah, it's all forgiven, and
yeah,
yeah, I say that to her. Even my dad, when he starts, I'm like, "It's all forgiven." When he was going through the lung cancer, it was
shoot, my mom,
by
I got a
his.
phone call. She was in a rehab. I went and picked her. I got over there. She said, I want to go home. I said, well, they said you can't. She said, I don't care. I want to go home. And so I said, well, she wants to go home. And she got her to stay one night. And by the next day, she was coming home. 9 days from walking up those steps all on her own, sitting down, eating biscuits and gravy, holding a full conversation. 9 days later, I was holding her in my arms and she took her last breath.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
See, and that's where my brother and I are arguing about my mom. He wants her in a rehab, and she doesn't want to be there. And she kept calling me, "I want to be picked up. I don't want to be here. What's the use of me laying here?" And so she had made my daughter her power of attorney. And I told my daughter, I said, "This is my mama. She's 82. Whatever she wants, she needs to have." And my daughter's like, "Well, I just want to see her get better." And I said, "But is she laying there?"
She might want to come home. In all honesty, she might want to come home. She passed away.
I know. And that is what I know her wishes are. That's what mine are. And I told the kids, y'all might as well accept it now. I'm not going to be in some hospital bed. Not happening.
Right?
I just, I just, I don't know. Even whenever this first started, the coop thing, I told the girls, if I get it, stick my blow up mattress out there on the deck, put me outside, and that's where I want to go because um, ever since I had pneumonia, it's just my immune system's nothing, and so I was like, if I get it, just stick me out there. Not going in the hospital and getting on one of those ventilators, that's for sure. I even wrote that out on a paper. Not happening. Yeah. And I think family should be around. My grandma, my father's mother, um, that she kind of went through the same thing, went to the emergency room, told her she had cancer. My aunt took her to her house. All the cousins, we all went to see her. She lasted 2 weeks. And, but we laughed. It was like completely just like normal. Even though we all knew we made it a good time. Benjamin, you have more purpose than that. You brighten up our day. You bring in the goodies.
Not, not the West Coast wizard. I don't know. Where is Wizard? You seen a wizard? Did a wizard come in?
I don't know. I didn't see a wizard.
Well, that's that shoot said it was the West Coast. It was at the West Coast wizard. Garrett said rescue or they're leaving clues about them missing string.
Did you see? I just saw something about um, Taco Bell, Wendy's, and one other one is selling some kind of meat, and it's from these two processing plants. The the hamburger meat, and they are over medicating with antibiotics in these cattle, and then it's in the meat, and it's making people. They did some kind of study, and so it's making people um, resist antibiotics whenever they need them. And I was like, wow, here we go with something else. It's like, don't eat out. Don't just only trust yourself. Don't trust anyone else out there. My friend used to always say that. She's all, the only person I trust is me. Now I'm starting to understand that. But she would vote for over there again in a heartbeat.
Apparently, it was a channel, the West Coast Wizard channel.
Oh, okay.
I know it's a gaming company.
Sheepness, yeah. I don't know if I've seen that name before. Good to see you.
think it was the West Coast Wizards. There used to be a program company about something like that name.
Well, that's true, Indy.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, I gotta say, man, they just keep pushing, man.
Yes,
It's just like, damn, man.
that we're alive is a miracle. Telling you.
I got a high immune system, so I grew up eating dirt and drinking out of the garden.
Well, I did
I had
too, but something happened along the way. Well, I know what happened, but I just got
real
a bit
meat and
upset.
potatoes. Been exposed to so much chemical and shit. It don't.
Hmm.
Hell, I thought by now I'd be peeing neon green at this point after all the damn refinery shit and stuff and then different burning chemicals you breathe in and you get on you.
Yes, that's when we built our house. Um, I wanted it yellow and white, yellow with white trim. Well, that's what it is. Everybody kept saying, "Why'd you want a banana? Just leave my house alone."
Because it's one slick peel.
And so I started noticing, like, it was only after about a year, the white trim just black, just building up. And I was like, what is this? And I was out there just spraying it with bleach water, and it's in the air.
Is it like a mold or
It
you
didn't
just
act like a mold when I was spraying it with bleach water. You could just use regular water and it'd wash off, a power washer. But um,
just like a grime?
yeah, just
You got a lot of big trucks or anything go by?
no. It was in a subdivision away from everything.
Oh,
It was actually on a cul-de-sac too. So there were 3 cars that would drive up that road.
rescue. First a clue about winter, now a clue about fall. Wonder what
A bikini.
I'm gonna say. I guess I see. Well, you got a leaf. What was it? You got a leaf and then another leaf. So I guess if the next one is just the bare stem, ooh wee, buddy, summer's gonna be wild. Means that the big leaf is now gone.
I thought he just got engaged or something. Garrett, am I wrong about that? That's what
She
I
was
was
like,
thinking too.
"What if a
She,
guy had left the queens?" Well, then I
yeah,
guess there's gonna be an interesting conversation at one point.
that's what I said. You better hope it's a she. Oh, you didn't get engaged. Okay.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it's getting that time.
Yes, ma'am. I might have to tap out on you, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and talking with us.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I say I wanted to come keep you company.
Thank you. It would have been a short one with me talking just a chat, but more of them came in.
Yeah, somebody else would have come by.
Yeah.
Well, I hope everybody makes their evening a good evening. Get y'all some rest, and I will holler at y'all tomorrow.
You get some rest.
Oh yeah, I'll kick back and nap a few hours. I'll be good. Well,
All
thank you,
right.
ma'am. Get
It's
you
good
some
to
rest.
see you
Stay
too.
positive
Absolutely.
and
Have a
smile,
good night.
or be the reason somebody else does. Thank y'all. Y'all take care. Night.
Good night, Rescue. So, what y'all want to do? Close it? Music? What do y'all want to do? Is Rescue Santa? Do y'all want me to play that video that was popped up that John Denning posted? Music? What do y'all want? He is such a sweetheart. He's a go getter. Music. All right. T Girl Hawk was on the panel. I played Happy Birthday for him. What a shame. The video. Um, did y'all watch the video? Am I going to get in trouble for the video? I guess not, since it's on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to mute to play your video.
The creative society will come. What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the creative society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the creative society, it will be different. In addition to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month, you can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already been created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate, and even prevent crimes. Intelligence systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can prevent traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, and an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house, and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Smart gadgets and artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tidied everything, and ordered food delivery. Who has cooked the dinner then? Home robotic kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant surprises awaiting you. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object and a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge system makes it possible to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
When this technology is everywhere, what does that future look like?
What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste materials and turn them into useful products like fuels and building materials, or pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Finally, we will remember the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with the famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart toilet with the smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, Your house will be completely autonomous. No more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? The supersonic train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology, and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle unsorted waste into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the creative society. Garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, that you won't grow old and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than your dreams. You'll have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implementation of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
That's a big no for me. The link to that video, Andy at Jack. Hey Tom, you're back. And that's true. That's the link to that video. Huckleberry, where you been hiding? All right, we need something good since that was just totally depressing. Telling y'all, louder and louder. No. We need to say no. Garrett, that's a good question. That's a good one. Oh, y'all might not think so. We'll see.
There's a yellow rose in Texas, going home to see. Though other men held her, her heart belongs to me. You traveled down some dusty roads and stepped out in the rain. This yellow rose is always here when you come home again. She knows I've done some hard time. You stumbled and you fell. I just kept your pride from dying. You saved my soul from hell. That's right. She's a diamond of the desert. She's a golden flower of spring. She's a yellow rose of Texas. She can make a man a king. There's a yellow rose in Texas. She knows the dues I paid. I'm going home to tell her I wish I'd never strayed. You couldn't see beyond yourself, your pain and wounded pride. Now you know the truth is in the way you feel inside. She knows I've done some hard times. You stumbled and you fell. I just kept your pride from dying. You saved my soul from hell. She's a diamond of the desert. She's a golden flower of spring. She's a yellow rose of Texas. She can make a man a king. It's a yellow rose of Texas. She can make a man a king. Yeah.
Yeah. No means no, kiss off. Do y'all have Lubies? We have Luby's. They always do a Thanksgiving dinner. It's pretty good. Really, faith by nature. You like that song? Garrett, I don't think anyone in here agreed with that video. That's what they want. Remember the safe cities, the line cities. Yeah. Well, let's see what this one does. Weird. Are getting all southerned up tonight. Um, okay, that's not a good one. See what this one is.
Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, God'll cut you down. Sooner or later, God'll cut you Go tell that long-tongued liar. Go tell that midnight rider. Tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut them down. Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. It's been wet with a midnight dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from Galilee. Go tell that long-tongued liar. Go tell that midnight rider. Tell the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. He spoke to me in a voice so sweet, I thought I heard a shuffle of an angel's feet. He called my name and my heart stood still when he said, John, go into my well. Go tell that long-time liar, go tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. Oh, you can run on and on for a long time. You can run on and on for a long time. Oh, you can run on and on for a long time. But sooner or later, God'll cut you down. Sooner or later, God'll cut you You may throw your rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man. But as sure as God made black and white, what's down in the dark will be brought to the light. Oh, go tell that long-time liar, go tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down. Tell him God Almighty's gonna cut him down.
Hey
guys, we just finished filming our next video we're so excited about. We got a 2-mile hike out of here, so we're packing up to head out right now. I want to invite you guys to
Oops. And Victor, I'm getting better at the red buttons. Let me see if I can find a cover of that for you. All for his kingdom. Oh, I can play them. Okay.
I don't want to hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't want to see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't want to trade your life for something familiar. I can't waste a day. I can't stay the same. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see. The There's something different, so come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern. And I don't wanna get in this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started. When they see me, let them see you, 'cause I wanna be different. Yeah, I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains, oh, is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So could you be different? I just wanna be different. So could you be different in me? I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire.
Oops. Need something perky. I agree, Bridgeman. Same. I can't think of it. Earlier I was looking at all kinds of songs just in case. Now I can't remember what I was looking at. Huckleberry, you don't believe him? Rich Runner, it sounds like they have you pegged. Oh my goodness. Y'all please pray for Barbecue Rockstar that comes in here all the time. He lost his brother today. God bless that family. Just kidding. Maybe. We'll see.
Damaged goods, I'm complicated. I shouldn't know how to tell a lie. Some people think I ain't worth saving. Sometimes I think they're right. It ain't no secret I can say. I get it wrong most of the time. But looking at you right now, baby, you're the one thing I got right. Someone else would have walked away. Someone else would have never stayed. Sure as hell, someone else would have left me a long, long time ago. Oh, someone else would have called my bluff, saying I ain't even worth their love. No one else could have loved me like you do. Thank God my someone's you. I wasn't perfect, you were patient. I didn't know what you were waiting for. Guess I must have found an angel sent from heaven's door. Someone else would have walked away. Someone else would have never stayed. Sure as hell, someone else would have left me a long, long time ago. Oh, someone else would have called my bluff, saying I ain't even worth their love. No one else could have loved me like you do. Thank God my someone's you. Damaged goods, I'm complicated. I should've known how to tell a lie. Someone else would've walked away. Someone else would've never stayed. Sure as hell, someone else would've left me long, long time ago. Someone else would've called my bluff, saying I ain't even worth their love. No one else could have loved me like you do. Thank God God my someone's here. Thank God my someone's here.
Yeah, Aaron Lewis is good.
So I really enjoyed this song because I actually was born on the bayou. Well, I wasn't born on the bayou. I was born in a hospital. But I did grow up with the bayou in my backyard. So that's close enough. Now when I was just a little boy, standing to my daddy's knee, my papa said, son, don't let the man get you to do what he done to me. 'Cause he'll get you now. 'Cause he'll get you now. Oh, I can remember the 4th of July, running through a backwoods bell. I can still hand dog and chase him down a hoodoo there. Chase him down a hoodoo there. On the bayou. On the bayou. On the bayou. Back on the bayou, running with some Cajun queen, wishing I was a fair train running out, chugging on down to New Orleans. Born on the bayou, born on the bayou, born on the bayou, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Excuse me.
Woo! Yes, indeed. Might have sped up a little bit in there, but I just got too excited. Couldn't help it. Anyway, little Creedence Clearwater Revival for you.
Just couldn't help it. Got a little too excited.
I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Well, don't go around tonight, 'cause it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear hurricanes are blowing. I know the end is coming soon. I fear rivers overflowing. I hear the voice of rage and ruin. Well, don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Well, don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Hope you got your things together. Hope you are quite prepared to die. Looks like we're in for nasty weather. One night is taking for a night. Well, don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. There's a bad moon on the rise. There's a bad moon on the rise.
I know. It's Better by Creedence Clearwater. No doubt. They won't let me play the real stuff.
All right, well, let me just tell you, it's amazing to play in front of my hometown crowd right now. Actually, all three of us, Delaney, myself, and Madison included. It's our hometown crowd, so I cannot thank you enough for all of your support and, throughout the years and my journey. And some of you may remember, I was on The Voice season 13. And this is a song that honestly has changed everything for me. It's a really important song. It's given me amazing opportunities, including this one right here. I couldn't be happier to play it for you guys right now. Psych. Why is it always this thing? Every single time I get it, it's like it's like it just decides to go. F you, Brian. Like, I mean, I'm trying to play a good song for you guys. It's just so inappropriate. There I am. Can you guys hear me? All right. Awesome. still have time, I must still get by. Every time I let go, I wanna cry. You're born to the devil, and the kids keep coming. No way to breathe easy, no time to be alone. But I tell myself now it's starting alright. There's nothing left to do at night. But go crazy on you. Crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy on you. Love is the evening breeze touching the skin. Just sweet singing of leaves in the wind. The whisper that calls after you in the night. And kisses are real in the early and you don't need to wonder, you tell me it's fine. My love is just mine. Crazy on you. Crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy on you. While this world's crying in pain, what you gonna do when everybody's insane? So afraid, so afraid of you. What you crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy on you. Love is a willow last night in my dream. And I put down over a running stream. You sang you a song that I heard up before. And you kept me alive, oh sweet flowing love. Crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy on you. Crazy on you. Crazy on you. Let me go crazy, crazy on you.
Was that one any good?
Honoring ZZ Top, here is Nickelback.
New shoes, and I don't know where I'm going to. Snip suit, black tie, and I don't need a reason why. Come running just as fast as they can. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
Yeah.
Don't watch, don't ring. Oh, I ain't missing on a single thing. Conflicts, stick pin. Ask if I don't know to do you in. They come around just as fast as they can. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
Two Huckleberry.
popcorn, top hat, and I don't worry 'cause my wallet's flat. Black shades, black gloves, looking sharp, looking for love. They come running just as fast as they can. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dress. Make some noise! T-shirt, new shoes. I don't know where I'm going to. Silk suit, black tie. I don't need a reason why. They come around just as fast as they can. Every girl's easy better.
Sorry, Rich Runner, I can so picture that. So here's a silly story. Back in the day, this was in the 80s, y'all. Me and some of my friends were going to go and rent the ZZ Top car, you know, the red car, the beautiful red car that I always wanted. And so we were going to go rent it and dress up, big hair, short skirts, you know the thing. And go into our little hometown and see what kind of reaction we got. Just for kicks. Country towns, you get bored, come up with stupid ideas. Yep, I love the 80s. And y'all are just night owls like me, aren't you? Well, Ridge Hunter, your first mistake is trying to meet a girl in a bar. If you want a girl with a good heart, I don't think you're going to find her in the bar. Maybe good at something else, but not at heart. So what do y'all want to hear? I think Willie D's flirting with you, Richard. Oh Lord. Oh, I know. We did. Well, that one was a guy. I did this one before, but oh well. Still good.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sunrise. Running the shadows, down the log, down the line. And if you love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. You don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. Listen to the wind blow, down comes the night. Running the shadows, down the log, down the line. Break the silence, down the dark, down the line. And if you love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain.
That's sad. I'm sorry. Good night, Faith. I need you. Thank you for coming in. Just that music. Okay. Okay, I've never heard of this song. Somebody mentioned. We'll see what happens.
Come on, y'all. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. Come out. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. Come on, y'all. The freaks come out at night. Come out. The freaks come out at night. Yeah, but this was on open till after dark, and it ain't till 12 till the party really starts. And I always had to be home by 10.
Victor, what are
Right
you
before the fun
listening
was
to?
about to begin. Crowds of people lined up in and out. Just one reason to rock the house. But in the daytime, the streets were clear. You couldn't find a good freak anywhere. Cause freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at night. Now when the freaks get dressed to go out at night, they like to wear leather jacket chains and spikes. They wear rips and zippers on the shirts, real tight pants and mini skirts. All kinds of colors running through their hair, and you just about spot a freak anywhere. You could know someone all your life, but not know they're a freak unless you see them at night. Cause the freaks come out at night. 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 And now the party's jumping and the place is packed. And when the crowd's like this, I'm ready to rap. Before I could even bust a rhyme in the mic, freaks all over me like white on rice. The freaks come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. What I like about the most is they're really good love. They do it in the park, they do it in the dark. But most freaks are non-fault breaking hearts. You can never tell what a freak's thinking of, and you never catch a freak without at least one glove. And they don't walk, when they step, they strut. And 9 out of 10 times they drive you nuts. But take my advice, you don't stand a chance, cause they freak so bad they got their own dance. So if you wanna live a nice quiet life, do yourself a favor, don't come out at night. Cause the freaks come out at night. 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 The freaks come out at night.
Okay, Victor, there you are. That's horrible. You did that just to be mean, didn't you?
Ready? Let's go. I don't need the words. Used to spend my nights in the ballroom. Liquor was the only love I know. Yeah. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottle. Brought me back from being too far gone. Oh, as
I won't forget this one.
Your sweet strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time.
Yes, he said.
I've been looking for love in all the same old places. And the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you poured out your heart, I didn't waste it. There's nothing like your love to get me high. Oh, it's smooth. It's Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time, all the time, all the time. My
I'll go to the party if it's down south. Y'all too cold
my
up there.
talking about my baby. Oh, we do the whole song, baby. It's Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time, all the time, all the time. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Oh, Tennessee whiskey. Oh, Tennessee whiskey. Oh, it's smooth. It's Tennessee whiskey. My Tennessee whiskey. Oh, Tennessee whiskey. Yeah, 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 yeah.
He was just singing that in his car. Just some dude. Wasn't too bad.
Let's go. World getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now,
The
baby,
last one,
relate,
guys.
educate. Look at what's going on, resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet. The storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country. And our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on the streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour, troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpents.
Oh, one day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues.
they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on. Told you just neglected, deflected by some breaking news. We just accept it, expect it just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objectives, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, lying not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheap. Nah, drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
Oh, one day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day, I hope you see the truth.
She can hit that note.
This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Love that song. Let's see, I'm yet pretty. Yeah, I don't think I can play that one. All right, guys, are we ready to call it? Yeah, it's 1:30 here. I so appreciate y'all. I don't know when I'll be back on. Not sure what's going to happen tomorrow. Probably be in the travel trailer. Thank you, Andy Jack. I will listen to it. Sweet. Love you. Kiss off. Y'all have a good night. Please stay safe. This world's gone crazy. And I notice if y'all are missing, don't be missing. Rescue's on in the morning. I'll probably see you then. Because I can pack and watch. God bless all of y'all. Stay safe. Good night.